Hokage. Everyone in the ninja world is reborn except me.
Chapter 51 Naruto, my vacation journey is about to begin. In the room, Hyuga Hanabi closed his eyes. Cover your face with a blanket. Immediately, he secretly looked at his future brother-in-law. Not so naive. And it gives a very smart and capable look. But the task of his rebirth and return is to help the future leader of the ninja world, that is, his brother-in-law, become stronger. How can this help? Is it language assistance? Or physical assistance? With such a small head, Hyuga Hanabi couldn't figure it out. Hyuga Hanabi kicked his legs. It is difficult to be Mrs. Hokage's sister-in-law. Naruto big brother. Although Hyuga Hanabi still wanted to call out the word, brother-in-law. But when I think of the first iron rule after my rebirth, just can't reveal his identity as a reborn person. What if Naruto has doubts about himself because of the word, brother-in-law? This is not worth the candle. What's wrong? Naruto looked at the little loli on the bed. It seems that Hanabi is not even a loli right now. Actually, Hyuga Hanabi rolled his eyes. Then he said quickly, recently, I practiced with my elder sister. I feel that my sister's practice speed is really too fast. I don't want to make my elder sister one step ahead. So, I want to find Naruto big brother to help me practice together. How about it? Promise me. Just promise me. Although, acting like a baby, Hyuga Hanabi is very dismissive. We can even say, growing up so big, she has never acted like a baby. After all, her character is stronger than Hyuga Hinata. The arrogance in her bones is perfectly inherited from her father Hyuga Hiyashi. But now, in order to achieve his goal, Hyuga Hanabi has already chosen any means. Anyway, right now, no one will know about my coquettish appearance. I heard the sisters in the family say, boys are most afraid of girls acting like a baby. This means, Hyuga Hanabi never used it until her rebirth. Goo. Naruto swallowed. It's not that he has any strange thoughts because he saw Hyuga Hanabi acting like a baby in front of him. But because she actually acted like a baby to herself. Hyuga Hanabi. Who is she? My future sister-in-law. Moreover, Hinata-chan, who is gentle and virtuous, is completely heaven and earth, okay. This guy. How could she act like a spoiled child? At this point. This is what shocked Naruto the most now. Do you practice with you? Naruto thought about it. Is it possible? Is this the power of the world line? How could it be so terrifying? But if you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem to be the case. Maybe there is another reason. Is that the butterfly effect? After all, Hinata-chan's recent practice has really improved by leaps and bounds. So, as the younger sister of Hyuga Hinata, Hyuga Hanabi has such a strong character. It is even more impossible to slack off. Is it because of this that you will work harder and want to practice? It seems so. Naruto nodded secretly in his heart. To help my future sister-in-law practice. This thing is not impossible. But could it be misunderstood by my Hinata sauce? Naruto glanced at the expectant little Hanabi. Misunderstand? What a misunderstanding. The current Hanabi is only 7 years old, right? 8 years old. That's fine. Naruto nodded, smiling. Good. I can take you to practice together. However, there are conditions. Naruto rubbed his chin and smiled. Want to take you to practice unconditionally. How is that possible? Condition. Hyuga Hanabi suddenly became alert. Both eyes stared. Naruto raised his eyebrows. Good guy. Who do you think I am? The condition is, when I fish every day. If you are free, come here and help me out. The rest is gone. Naruto shrugged his shoulders and made his request. Train. It is enough to train for half an hour or an hour a day. Remaining time. Naturally, it can't stop me from fishing. Fishing. Naruto big brother doesn't have to go on a mission. Didn't you just complete the assessment of the team? Hyuga Hanabi also heard about Naruto's hobbies from her older sister. Salted fish and fishing is his greatest hobby. That what? Our team leader is sick. Give our team a vacation during this time. So, during this period, it's all my vacation. Naruto gave a dry laugh. Otherwise, I will not agree to this little girl's request. During this time, I really don't have much to do. Naruto's vacation. Hyuga Hanabi tilted her head, said, after saying. Puff cough cough cough. Naruto heard that. Immediately choked on his own saliva. Good guy. This little girl. Can you say this kind of words? But, after seeing the big innocent eyes of the other party, Naruto knew immediately. It's because I think too much. It's my vacation. Naruto coughed a few times and nodded. Hyuga Hanabi clenched her little fists under the futon. I will definitely assist my future brother-in-law to work hard to become stronger. Same time. She was also looking forward to it in her heart. What strength feedback will you get? Well, will he make himself as strong as his brother-in-law? The small eyes are full of longing for the future. Naruto leaves Hyuga Hanabi's boudoir. Then he quickly hid the wine on the table in the living room for his father-in-law. Then, leave leisurely. Holiday. Naruto walked on the street, pinched his eyebrows. During this period of time, the 7th class that I was supposed to be in followed Kakashi to perform some tasks of catching cats, dogs and weeding. However, because Kakashi-san scored 1,000-year-old diarrhea. So, this time becomes your own vacation. In the sun. Naruto stretched his body. Is the happy holiday about to start? Excellent. Let's take a look at the old man first, and then go to Nanhakwan to start today's fishing trip. Wonderful. Wonderful. Blowing the pleasant autumn wind. The breeze is just right, and the sun is not dry. There can be 1 or 2 cute lowly girls behind her. That life. Beautiful. Naruto's vacation trip is about to begin. Chapter 52 The Hyuga sisters who have their own ghosts. Naruto. This big black fish is really white. Hey. Ya. Ha. What is the experience of being doubled by sisters? Naruto only sensed one word. Oh. Ellipsis 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 dot. Yes. That soft little powder fist landed on his body. It's really painless. It's like making an ammo for yourself. For a while, Naruto was a little skeptical. Is my sister-in-law working hard? The lower reaches of Nanhakwan. On a grassy field. Hyuga Hanabi sat down directly in the grass. His face was already flushed red. Too tired. Tired and covered in sweat. It's hot, it's hot. Hyuga Hanabi kept fanning the wind with his small hands. However, there is no way to relieve the dryness and heat all over the body. Even though it is already autumn season. But after such intense exercise training with my sister and brother-in-law just now. At the moment she, already dripping with sweat. Naruto big brother. Why is your body so hard? Hyuga Hanabi moved his numb wrist lightly. After 25, he unscrewed the kettle on the grass beside him and took a few mouthfuls. I feel a little unsatisfactory. Directly along his head, poured down. Shimizu ran along the top of Hyuga Hanabi's head, and kept gliding across her face. The scorching temperature suddenly dropped a few degrees. But still not very useful. Do you really think I don't practice? Naruto turned his head sideways, looking at Hyuga Hanabi who was sitting on the grass. Then, he said in a mysterious tone. Hyuga Hanabi looked up at Naruto. Blinked. Turn out to be. Has my brother-in-law been silently working hard to cultivate? I see. No wonder he can become a ninja leader in the future. Originally, Hanabi admired Naruto. Now, in the heart of worship, fired up again. Even the look in Naruto's eyes began to change. Practice. Cultivate your own fart. If I hadn't agreed to Hinata-chan. I am too lazy to practice. Are you tired of fishing? At this time, Hyuga Hinata on the side walked up to Naruto with a water bottle. Naruto-kun, drink it. Because of the vigorous exercise and practice just now, Hyuga Hinata's little face is still full of pink. Just like a fairy peach, the water spirit is alluring. Thank you Hinata-chan tilde. Naruto took the water bottle and took a sip of water. Refreshing water enters the throat. Immediately let Naruto feel comfortable. The previous feeling of weak and tired is also swept away. Then, Naruto flicked his sleeves. Enthusiastically said. Good. Training for the first day of vacation, that's it. Start fishing. Hyuga Hanabi had just regained some strength. Still planning to continue practicing with Naruto. See Naruto's back. Hyuga Hanabi murmured, practice for such a short time every day. Is it too short? It's good to be able to practice for such a long time. Hyuga Hinata walked over. There is also a little helplessness in my heart. But she could feel it too. Naruto-kun's strength seems to be stronger than his original time period. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the Reborn, Hyuga Hinata, for completing the training mission with Uzumaki Naruto, close black lens bracket. Rewards obtained. Chakra amount plus 30, Gentle Fist Method Comprehension plus 10, Endurance plus 5. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the Reborn, Hyuga Hanabi, for completing the training mission with Uzumaki Naruto, close black lens bracket. Rewards obtained. Chakra amount plus 30, Gentle Fist Method Comprehension plus 10, Endurance plus 5. The reminder of the rebirth system sounded in the minds of Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi at the same time. Followed by. The faces of the two people suddenly showed joy. This is much, much faster than their own hard work. But at this time, both sisters glanced furtively at each other. I'm afraid that the other party will see something. Actually, a reborn person must never reveal his identity as a reborn person. Why is there a trace of panic in my sister's eyes? Why is there a trace of panic in my sister's eyes? The same thought flashed through the heads of the two girls, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi. Could it be that I have become a light bulb between sister and brother-in-law here? Could it be the relationship between me and Naruto-kun is really too close? For a while, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi each have their own ghosts. Each has a guilty conscience. The atmosphere fell silent. Ha ha ha. It's a success. It's a success. At this time, beside the river, Naruto's excited voice came. This broke the little silence between them. Younger sister. Let's go and see. Okay, sister tilde. Seeing the other party who is still in the same state as usual. Both Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi breathed a sigh of relief. Take it easy. Afterwards, the two held hands with each other and walked towards the river. In this time, Naruto is confronting a super big cargo in the river. He swears. This cliff is the result of my own fishing for so many years. The biggest and most wolfish 3 caught by fishing. It's even tougher than the 60-kilogram fish I caught a while ago. Obediently. This is really a hit. Hey. Watch me face to face. The fishing rod in Naruto's hand has been bent to the limit. That tense, buzz, sound keeps going on and on. It means that the line will collapse and the pole will be broken in the next second. I saw Naruto stepping hard on a huge rock with both feet. I'm using all my strength. And the super big one in the water. It's a head-on confrontation. I can't believe it. What fish is Xiao Yi? I can't catch it. Naruto grit his teeth. His eyes fixed on the river in front of him. Definitely a great deal. Get me the goods. Sweat broke out on Naruto's forehead. This fish is different from the past. Absolute. It is an extremely rare super large product. Naruto big brother tilde come on. Come on tilde. Hyuga Hanabi came to the river and smiled. Cheers to Naruto. The other side. Hyuga Hinata's little hands were also tightly touched. Like a stream of clear water, waves appeared in the eyes. I also started to feel nervous for 073 Naruto. 10 minutes later. In the tense and exciting physical confrontation. Finally. Under the expectant eyes of the three of Naruto. A big and fat super black fish jumped out of the water. Seems to be the last fight before exhaustion. Directly brought bursts of water splashes. Kla la la la. The river water was slapped directly up. Splashed to the shore. When the river floated up in the sky, a rainbow also appeared impressively. Under the sunlight. Beautiful. At this time. Naruto, Hyuga Hinata behind him, and Hyuga Hanabi all saw this beautiful scene. This moment. Hyuga Hinata's heart also moved slightly. If time could stop. How nice it would be. But. The river will not always freeze in the air. Directly rushing down towards both sides of the river bank. Clatter. Shore trees. And Naruto 3, no one was spared. All have become drowned chickens. And that big black fish also landed heavily on the lawn behind Naruto, twisting slightly. Naruto wiped the lake water from his face. Nasty big black fish. He actually turned himself into a drowned chicken. Immediately afterwards. Naruto stared at himself. Looking back viciously. I want to stare at this hateful big black fish. ... etc. etc. Ellipsis 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 dot. Naruto's pupils shrank violently. This big black fish. Special code, is it really white? Hiss. Chapter 53 Big Action at Night. Exciting Hyuga sisters. Seeking subscription. Dazzling white. This is Naruto's most authentic evaluation in his heart at this moment. Obediently. On weekdays, I didn't even notice it. OPG. Immediately afterwards. Hyuga Hinata's screams were heard suddenly. Although, this kind of thing will already be commonplace in the future. But. Now is now. Shyness, shame, resentment, and coyness kept coming to my heart. Hyuga Hanabi on the side didn't feel anything. After all. With this small body. It's still the same when it's drenched. He glanced at the elder sister beside him who was already full of shame. Hyuga Hanabi couldn't help humming twice. Although. The current self will definitely not be able to catch up with his sister. But. My future self should not be braver and taller than my sister. Thinking of this. A smug look appeared on Hyuga Hanabi's small face. Cough cough cough. Naruto coughed lightly. It interrupted the slightly embarrassing and hot atmosphere in the air. This big black fish is so bad. The time is right, too. At noon. I'm going to give you a fried pepper black fish. Go and wash. After hearing Naruto's words. Hyuga Hinata covered her cheeks and nodded shyly. Then, he quickly pulled up Hyuga Hanabi beside him. Head to the river behind the jungle. Although Naruto also wanted to go with him. But. He knows. If I really follow the past. Then my good days will come to an end. Even my vacation is over. He shook his head violently. Naruto walked up to the big black fish in front of him. This world is so magical. The black fish in front of me can weigh nearly 80 kilograms just by visual inspection. In this river. Can't say it's common. But. You can also come across one from time to time. Naruto dragged the fish aside, and took out tools from the box he was carrying. At noon today, we will serve a tense and exciting fried pepper black fish. Clatter. Clatter. Only. The sound of the stream that kept coming from behind the jungle. The knife in Naruto's hand paused. Fuck. It's so tortuous. My working environment is so bad. Giggled tilde. Sister, itchy tilde. Puff cluck cluck. Clatter tilde. Soon. Behind him came the sound of Hyuga Hanabi and Hyuga Hinata playing. This horse still wants to make people calm and calm to make black fish with pepper. Naruto stared. Look at the nose with the eyes, and watch the heart with the nose. Think silently in your heart. Pepper black fish, pepper black fish. Pepper burst, tilde. There is a slight breeze. The autumn wind blows on the body, it seems to sweep away the fatigue and bring coolness. And that big black fish has already been chopped into pieces by Naruto. It has become a delicious piece of delicious food. Wow. It's delicious. Hyuga Hanabi tasted Naruto's cooking for the first time. When the white piece of fish in your hand enters your mouth, her whole eyes are bent into little crescents. Sweet and delicious, soft and glutinous. Never tasted such delicious food. Oh my god. Could it be? Does my future brother-in-law actually have such a hand? It seems that. I really need to spend some time and work hard on my brother-in-law. Original self. I missed so much. My sister is so happy too. Envy, envy, envy. At this time, little Hanabi's face is full of envy. But, in Naruto's eyes, it's regarded as worship. Hey. Little Hanabi, it seems that your future brother-in-law is not easy to deal with you. Naruto said happily in his heart. Anyway. Hyuga Hanabi is also his future sister-in-law. And he is her brother-in-law. Get her done. The life between myself and Hyuga Hinata in the future will be more happy and fulfilling. Otherwise. My sister-in-law with a strong personality came to trouble me all day long. Wouldn't he be in trouble? So. Taking care of my future sister-in-law is also part of Naruto's vacation plan. Because. No one can refuse their own delicious food. Even if it is number one in the entire ninja world, that is not an exaggeration at all. Hyuga Hinata is also eating fish with a happy face at this time. Only. That pair of eyes full of autumn water was placed on her face frequently. Ah. Eyes are all my own girl. Naruto's heart is also full of happiness. Really. Investing in Hinata sauce in advance is the most correct choice for yourself. If we put it back to the past. How can I enjoy this kind of treatment? Hinata, Hanabi. Tonight, there is a big operation. Naruto gnawed on the piece of fish meat and said mysteriously. Well. What big move? Hyuga Hanabi looked over curiously. You'll find out tonight. Naruto chuckled. I found it while fishing. There is a slender river nearby, and the river prawns are overflowing. How can you miss a meal of spicy crayfish? Moreover, they have never eaten spicy crayfish. It is said that to grasp a man's heart, one must first grasp a man's stomach. This sentence. The same applies to girls. At the same time. The Hyuga clan, deep in the patriarch's mansion. Come. Kakashi. Drink some. This is a good thing. Hyuga Hiyashi is pouring wine for Kakashi nearby. The two of them, after the painful experience yesterday. Invisibly, they have become a pair of friends who just made friends. Although they also had some intersections before. But not that closely. And what happened to them yesterday directly made them feel sorry for each other. The next day. Hyuga Hiyashi sent an invitation to Kakashi. Hyuga Patriarch. You'd better drink less. After Kakashi learned why Hyuga Hiyashi appeared in the hospital yesterday. I couldn't help laughing bitterly. I know it in my heart. The smile on Hyuga Hiyashi's face froze slightly. It seems that the horrible memory of yesterday has come. Hastily shook his head. That experience. I really don't want to experience it for the second time. Horrible. Hyuga Patriarch. Is there anything you want to tell me? At this time, Kakashi, like Hyuga Hiyashi, kept a kneeling posture on the dining table. After all. Want to be able to sit down successfully. At the very least, it will take more than a week to recover. Although the postures of the two of them are weird now. But, just be comfortable. Ha ha ha. You deserve to be called a genius, Kakashi. Hyuga Heihachi laughed and said, look. The relationship between Naruto and my eldest daughter. Presumably. You can see it too. I won't interfere in matters between children. If they really like each other. I won't stop it either. So. Look, Kakashi, Naruto is a member of your team. In normal times, take care of me more. Hyuga Heihachi for his future son-in-law. It can be said that I broke my heart. And here. Kakashi heard this, nodded and smiled. And on the face under the mask. Full of seriousness. At this point. Please rest assured, Chief Hyuga. I will never let my disciples' life be in danger. Protect your disciples, protect your companions. This is Kakashi's code of conduct. Now that we understand the purpose of the Hyuga Patriarch. Kakashi also let go of the shelf. Protect your disciples and companions. At this point. Even if no one tells me. I will still follow through to the end. Hey, come on. Have a couple of bites. This thing is a good thing. Hyuga Heihachi immediately entertained him warmly. Very fragrant wine. Kakashi stared at the freshly poured spirit in astonishment. No wonder Hyuga Heihachi was able to drink to the hospital yesterday. This thing. If people with poor self-control ability run into it. Absolutely 100% drink it and go to the hospital. Don't let that might guy know about this fine wine. Otherwise. That guy is playing drunk crazy, even he has to stay away. Night fell. On the edge of a stream in the lower reaches of Nanhekwan. Naruto stared at Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi seriously. Are you ready? The lights were dark, and the atmosphere began to become a little tense. Start to act. Naruto said immediately. Uh-huh. Hanabi and Hinata also responded immediately. The left hand holds a net, and the right holds a branch. A fishing line is tied to the front end of the branch, and a piece of meat is tied to the other end of the fishing line. A must-have artifact for fishing and fishing. Subsequently, Naruto led the Hinata sisters to start an exciting shrimp fishing trip. At this time, Hinata and Hanabi are also extremely excited. They had never done such exciting things before. Hyuga Hinata has always been a good girl. Moreover, if his father knows about it, that would be a scolding. Not to mention Hyuga Hanabi. So, at this time, their hearts will be full of tension and excitement. Naruto stood aside, looking at the excited two girls. He couldn't help but clicked his tongue. This is just fishing for river prawns. If you are so excited to catch a river prawn. As for the other things in the future, why don't you just faint from excitement? Naruto scratched his head and continued to fish for shrimp. Take it easy. We'll always adapt. At the moment. Let's catch a 30 to 40 catty lobster first. Chapter 54. He runs, he chases, he can't fly. Seeking subscription. Hyuga Mansion. Night fell. Naruto leads Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi behind him. Return with full rewards. 55 catties of lobster. All fat and oily. A whole meal of spicy crayfish is a must for supper tonight. Naruto now enters and exits the Hyuga family's mansion without any notification at all. The Hyuga Patriarch had issued the order 2 weeks ago. As long as Naruto comes to the clan. Go unconditionally. And Hyuga Heihachi also spoke to Naruto alone. Treat the Hyuga family as if it were your own. Just stepped through the door. Naruto saw Hyuga Heihachi and beside him, Kakashi-san. When did Kakashi come? But how can the posture of two people eating be so weird? Old man. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto stepped forward quickly and sensed it with chakra. Have to. Drinking and getting drunk past. Good guy. Looking at the mess on the desktop. and several empty wine jars. It seems that I did not drink less during the day. Hyuga Hiyashi and Kakashi slowly woke up. This time, Hyuga Hiyashi is not like last night. It is also withholding the amount, just drunk. Did not drink any other problems out. As for Kakashi, it was purely because it was the first time I had such a beautiful wine. Involuntarily drank a few more glasses. Who knows, this thing is not only strong. And the stamina is still strong. After drinking the last Kakashi, there is a burp sound. Like Hyuga Hiyashi. Drink the fragments. It's dark. Hyuga Hiyashi shook his head, looking at the sky outside in a daze. Then he said in a daze, "Ahaha. 050, is Naruto. Come and see. Let me introduce you. This is Kakashi. My new friend." Hearing this, Naruto was immediately dumbfounded. Just made friends. Good guy. Thinking about it carefully, it seems to be. After all, the two of them were all in the anorectal department of Konoha Shinobi Hospital yesterday. I hope Guy is strong. Naruto said silently in his heart. Yeah, Naruto raised his head. Yang raised the lobster in his hand. Exactly. Ms. Kakashi doesn't have to go. I'm going to have a supper tonight. Spicy crayfish. Spicy. Okay. Hyuga Hiyashi immediately became excited when he heard this. The brain also immediately woke up. Kakashi on the side stared at his dead fish eyes. Even crayfish. Still spicy. Spicy. You want to make yourself unable to get out of the toilet tomorrow, right? Good boy. Too ruthless. But Kakashi wanted to leave but couldn't. Because of the friend he just made, Hyuga Hiyashi has pulled him to death. Want to go? Just leave after eating. It's hard to be generous, want to cry but have no tears. After more than half an hour. A super spicy crayfish is freshly baked. Fragrant, fragrant. Hyuga Hiyashi stared straight at him. The same is true for Kakashi on the side. Does Naruto actually have this attribute? The other side of the table. The two girls Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hanabi next to Naruto have already been drooling. Began to eat. Naruto smiled. CFEH, he is very confident about his food. Tasty. Tasty. Well. Suck and suck tilde tilde. In the blink of an eye. Hyuga Hanabi's food is no longer human. Oh my god. What a fairy brother-in-law. This spicy crayfish is really delicious. Well. You have to keep an eye on your brother-in-law. Otherwise, if it is snatched away by others. Where else can I go to eat such delicious food? Woo. The delicious food almost made me cry. After supper. Hyuga Hiyashi sucks her mouth and feels relieved. It's getting late. Kakashi. I won't stay anymore. After dinner. Hyuga Hiyashi laughed. Kakashi nodded, it was almost midnight. I have to go home and sleep quickly. Before leaving. He glanced at the pot of lobster shells on his desk. 17. Hopefully I can come out of the toilet alive tomorrow. Kakashi showed a look of lovelessness and left here. Then I too. Naruto stood up. Also ready to leave here to go back to rest. Naruto. Well, it's getting dark too. Why don't you just rest here for the night and go back tomorrow morning? Hyuga Hiyashi squeezed the space between his brows and yawned. It's such a happy decision. Alright. I'm tired, I'm going back to rest. Hinata. Give it to you. After speaking. He left the hall directly. Only Naruto, Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Hana Huo-san were left looking at each other. Good guy. Don't leave Kakashi on your front feet, sleep on your back feet when it's too late. My old man, that's really a shame. Naruto looked at the door that Hyuga Hiyashi closed behind him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Could it be? Own vacation, first night. Are you going to spend time in the Hyuga family? Turn around. He looked at Hinata, who was already so shy that he was about to lose his footing. Naruto had a big smile on his face. This has the approval of my father-in-law. That's right. Finally. Naruto sleeps alone in Hyuga Hinata's room. And Hyuga Hinata is huddling with Hyuga Hanabi. All slept in Hyuga Hanabi's room. Naruto looked at Hyuga Hinata's boudoir. Dressed up very warmly. With a happy smile. Naruto fell asleep. Overnight. Maybe it was because Naruto worked too hard last night. It's almost noon today. Naruto was still fast asleep. By the bed. Hyuga Hanabi just stood here so pretty. Two big eyes looked at the appearance of his future brother-in-law curiously. Well. I don't feel as naughty as before. And, it's much better than before. The cooked rice is delicious, and the brewed wine is also delicious. But. It's almost 12 noon now. Hyuga Hanabi came to the window shaking his head. Just like a little adult. Then. Pull the curtains straight away. The glare of the sun suddenly penetrated in. Shining directly on Naruto's body. Naruto's eyes twitched slightly. The glare of the sun is still very lethal. And this time. Hyuga Hanabi had already returned to the side of the bed with her little hands behind her back. Immediately afterwards, the strange eyes rolled around. He smiled. Brother-in-law, don't blame me. I've already apologized in advance. After speaking. Jump directly. Leap forward. It directly presents a kind of overwhelming momentum. Naruto big brother tilde. The sun is drying my ass. Get up quickly. In a daze. Naruto opened his eyes sleepily. But. Open your eyes. Then I saw a mass of things I didn't know what it was. Slammed directly on his body. Boom. Naruto's eyes popped fiercely. This time. I almost spit out all the crayfish I ate last night. Cough cough cough. In an instant. The whole room was filled with violent coughing. Outside the door, Hyuga Hinata, who was preparing rice porridge for lunch, heard the voice. Hearing the news, he came here. After coming in. Then I saw Hyuga Hanabi standing aside, holding the hem of her clothes with both hands, and dodging her big eyes. And Naruto, who is spitting acid water. Hyuga Hinata saw this, although he didn't know what was going on. But it must have something to do with my naughty younger sister. Gently glanced at Hyuga Hanabi. Then he hurriedly came to Naruto's side. Help him rub his belly. Slightly tilde. Hyuga Hanabi made a face at her elder sister. Then trot out. Not long. He walked in with a piece of millet porridge. Hyuga Hanabi actually doesn't know either. What happened to me the last 2 days? After returning from rebirth. That feeling is completely different from the original self. Obviously, he already has the mind of a 20-something-year-old. But. Sometimes. But unnaturally, he will make some actions that only little girls will have. Could it be? After I was reborn and returned, did I unlock some attribute that I didn't even know about? But. Thinking that my sister will have 2 children with Naruto in the future. Hyuga Hanabi was envious for no reason. I envy my sister tilde. Naruto finished his millet porridge, rested for a while and left the Hyuga clan. On the road. Naruto rubbed his stomach. Thanks to myself, I'm pretty solid. Otherwise. Ordinary people really may not be able to resist it. Which way to drag? What the hell? So you're in the Hyuga clan, right? How can it be repaired? Just when Naruto was thinking. A voice suddenly descended from the sky. The King of Forces is here. Uchiha Nizuzi just stared at Naruto in front of him angrily. Can't wait to start my own Sharingan. Yesterday day. Even Uchiha Sasuke found no trace of Naruto. In the end, he chose the most honest way. Stand by and wait. But. Been waiting all night. At the door of Naruto's house, I didn't wait until he came home. This made Uchiha Sasuke almost explode. When Naruto saw Uchiha Sasuke, his eyes widened. This big enemy. Naruto dodged and slipped away. Which way to drag? Don't try to run. Uchiha Sasuke is not to be outdone. In an instant, he chased after Naruto in the direction where he was escaping. On the street, an orange figure overlapped with Blue's figure constantly. He fled, he chased, he couldn't fly. Chapter 55 King Sasuke, One Tomo Sharingan, on. Seeking subscription. After a fierce chase. Above the Hokage rock statue in Konoha village. Naruto was kicked out by Uchiha Sasuke for a while. Forcibly ran a big circle around Konoha. Finally. Stopped at Hokage rock. 2 pillars. What the hell, you have nothing to do, right? Can't you practice alone tilde? You must pull me. Naruto sat on top of the rock statue of Hokage, with a dark face, said. I'm alone, cough cough cough. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes popped, and he cut off the words abruptly. Good risk, good risk. He almost spoke his mind in a blink of an eye. By the time. That's really hard to explain how to explain. It's boring for me to practice alone. Aren't you boring practicing alone? Uchiha Sasuke stared and said loudly. Not boring. Naruto pouted. Uchiha Sasuke felt his blood pressure rushing up. Take 2 deep breaths. I can be pissed off alive by Naruto. After returning from rebirth. I never thought that I would still be so at odds with Naruto. Obviously, I have tolerated him very much. Could it be? Did he really feel nothing at all? Or am I really in a hurry? Uchiha Sasuke plunged into self-doubt. After Naruto saw the other party stunned. Grab this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity right away. Sasuke, this guy. During this period of time, it's like brown sugar. You, don't be stuck by him. Otherwise. Can't shake it off. Hateful. Is this the bond between Naruto and Sasuke? Which way to drag? Seeing each other wants to slip away. Uchiha Sasuke's blood pressure soared again. Handprints. Since it is not soft enough. Then you can only come hard. He doesn't want to practice, but I'm working hard for the big structure of the ninja world in the future. Fire style great fireball technique. In an instant. A group of dense fireballs rushed directly towards Uzumaki Naruto's feet fiercely. I am. Jane. Are you serious? Naruto hastily dodged to the side, dodging the flames. However, the flames also bombarded a deep hole in the rocky ground where he was before. Naruto's pupils shrank. Nima. This kid. Is he playing so hard? What Jane? I'm Asuke. Who? I'm Sasuke. After Uchiha Sasuke heard Naruto say the word, Gen. Straight into the runaway state. He actually. Is there someone out there? Is this worth it? Does he have himself in his heart? I have worked so hard to be born again. For what? But it's all for you. Fire style Grand Dragon Fire technique. Uchiha Sasuke decided. This time. Be sure to let Naruto see your determination. What fate are you playing? Naruto's pupils shrank again. I'm afraid Urzuzi is really going crazy. Good guy. Water style water shocking waves. No way. Naruto lightning seal. Resist Uchiha Sasuke's fire style attack. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. For a while. Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto are on top of the head of the 3rd Hokage rock, and the feet of the battle call out to the sky. Which way to drag? Sass give. Uchiha Sasuke is actually getting braver after fighting. Good guy. Brace him up. How can this work? Between 2 people, if the other person becomes strong. And if you choose to endure. So. You will always be suppressed by the opponent. Can this work? Naruto mercilessly punched Uchiha Sasuke in the eye socket. Boom. Hiss. It hurts, hurts. Uchiha Sasuke stepped back more than 10 meters before stabilizing his body. Which way to drag? Uchiha Sasuke let out a heartbreaking roar. The originally dark eyes suddenly changed in the next second. Sharingan. On. One Tomo Sharingan. The red Guyu is slowly spinning. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Naruto took a closer look and took a deep breath. Then yelled straight away. You fucking. Open a one Tomo Sharingan and howl so loud fuck your ass. Naruto pulled his throat. Looking at Uchiha Sasuke with disdain. Opening a Sharingan, it is like having constipation for many years and suddenly unblocked. The essential. Nima is still one Tomo Sharingan. Unknown. How the hell did you think you were going to start Mangekyo Sharingan? Naruto. Next. I'm getting serious. The nature of Uchiha Sasuke's fight at this time is extremely high. The fight just now. It can be said that after his rebirth. Best time ever. Simply. Unleash your Sharingan right now. I want to compete with Naruto. Really. No matter what time period Naruto. He can perfectly stimulate my desire to fight. This man. It's really a baby. Uchiha Sasuke feeling. I'm afraid I can't lose this man in my whole life. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly woke up. Wipe. What kind of frightening thought did I have just now? Why? After the rebirth and return, I feel that Naruto seems to be more fragrant. I am Nima. Sasuke. You wake up. What a scary and exciting thought just now. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head hard. And at this time, Naruto's punch the size of a sandbag is already overwhelmed. Hey! Punch your grandpa. Naruto strikes and leaves no room for it. He knows. Sasuke is very fishy. Even. He always feels. Uchiha Sasuke seems to be stronger than this time period in the original book. It is because I want to pester myself to practice all day long. I ignored him. So he's going to work harder. Naruto is having a hard time. So to say. I am such a salty fish, but I have achieved the second pillar of Uchiha. Boom. This punch. Slammed hard at Uchiha Sasuke in front of him. But. Uchiha Sasuke with his one Tomo Sharingan. Dynamic vision has been greatly improved. He easily dodged Naruto's punch. Seeing Naruto. He raised his eyebrows. This product. Sure enough, the strength is not weak. Bang bang bang. The two fists met. Back and forth a dozen rounds. It was a tie. Ha ha ha. Under the Sharingan with great insight. You have no chance of winning at all. Uchiha Sasuke easily avoids Naruto's punch. Immediately smiled arrogantly. Naruto raised his eyebrows again. This has not yet been accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru. Have you already begun to awaken the King of Kings constitution? This guy. Shout out to him. Little Naruto. Something nice for you. Give me Uchiha Sasuke, beat me to death. Just when Naruto was about to show some strength. Kurama within the spiritual world. Said suddenly and abruptly. What? Naruto's consciousness sank into the mental space. Staring in disbelief at Kurama behind the sealed door. When did Kurama talk so well? Will there be fraud? Naruto stared at Kurama suspiciously. Only see. Kurama rolled over on the huge bed behind the sealed door. Flick your tail. Strands of Crimson Nine-Tails chakra continuously gathered toward its claws. Eventually, a small group of Nine-Tails chakra formed. Take it and play. Kurama gently pushed the chakra ball in his hand. Only see. The Nine-Tails chakra regiment is like a cloud. Slowly drifted past the sealed door. Then arrived in front of Naruto. And at this time, Naruto's eyebrows trembled slightly. He raised his head and asked seriously, Kurama. There's no fraud, right? It's not that you want to cheat my body. Is it a means to display it? Quote question mark question mark question mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Kurama's huge fox eyes immediately stared. Little Naruto. Since when did my uncle lie to others? How can it be repaired? My uncle is Nine Tails. Proud Kurama. Master Nine Tails. At this moment, Kurama's fox fur all over the body exploded. The terrifying Nine Tails chakra directly fills the spiritual space. Deep-fried Kurama. So cute. Naruto blinked at Kurama, then smiled. Well, Tilda. In this case, I just believe that this group of chakra will be fine. Hey. Can make Kurama hairy. Then Naruto was sure that Kurama didn't make any small moves. It seems that, after my salted fish came down, the relationship with Kurama has also gradually improved. At least. Unlike the original book at this time, Kurama and Naruto are still in a state of incompatibility. Subsequently, Naruto reaches out to receive this swarm of Nine Tails chakra. Just when his palm touched the ball of chakra, Nine Tails chakra directly followed the palm and entered Naruto's body. It really is the purest Nine Tails chakra. Even. No trace of impurities. Is this Kurama so willing? B4. Force Wong or Zuzi. Next. Just bear the consequences of pretending well. Chapter 56 Naruto. Hey. Eat me a friendship punch. Seeking subscription. With the blessing of Nine Tails chakra, Naruto's combat power instantly increased dozens of times. Actually, even without relying on Kurama's chakra, Naruto just needs to be a little more serious. Uchiha Sasuke's can be easily given away. And right now. Not to mention with Kurama's chakra blessing. Right. Hit him hard. Kill him. That's right. Beautiful. This punch. Very exciting. Oh huh. Yeah. Left hook. Left hook. Great brew. Uppercut. Uppercut. Ha. Up and up. Little Naruto. Swing his crotch with a high whip leg. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. In Naruto's spiritual space, Kurama watched with great excitement as Uchiha Sasuke was suppressed and beaten by Naruto. Kurama. You can imagine such a vicious move. As expected of you. Naruto responded. HMPH. Kurama shook his huge body. Kurama, Naruto was a little puzzled at the moment. Why are you so excited? Why is Kurama so excited to see himself beating Uchiha Sasuke? Even. Will 180 share the purest chakra in its body? Just to make yourself beat Uchiha Nippolus. Even though Zuzi is really underwhelmed. But doesn't this reason hold up? I just can't stand Sharingan pretending in front of me. Kurama hummed twice. I can't let my uncle say. When I am in the future. During the Fourth Ninja War. I, along with all other tailed beasts, were sealed by this nasty Uchiha Sasuke Rinnegan, right? Such a shameful thing. Let's not mention it. At the moment. Encouraging little Naruto to beat Uchiha Sasuke is the real deal. Since I was bullied by the future you. Then after being reborn, he must find his way back. I can't bully the future you. Bullying and bullying the current you, isn't it easy to catch? Hateful. You cheat. Which way to drag? Uchiha Sasuke was already in a panic all over his body at this time. When using Nine Tails chakra from Naruto. No matter how Uchiha Sasuke dodges. Can't dodge Naruto's fist either. And I am currently one Tomo Sharingan, and my dynamic vision ability is not so powerful. Damn Naruto. 2 pillars. It's not just you, have you ever heard a word? Naruto stretched his body at this moment. Slowly raise your right hand. There is already a trace of crimson chakra splashing out of the fist. Keep lingering above the fist. What words? Uchiha Sasuke stared nervously at Naruto's fist with both eyes. The dynamic potential of one Tomo Sharingan has come to ultimate. You can escape me 1,000 times. But I only need to hit you once. Naruto grinned and showed a mouthful of white teeth. Senhan shines. He is despising me. He absolutely despises me. Uchiha Sasuke suddenly became angry from the heart, and the evil turned to the gallbladder. I was despised by Naruto. Good. Isn't it just to avoid your punch? Uchiha Sasuke runs his one-tomo Sharingan to ultimate. It also takes the dynamic potential of Sharingan to a whole new level. In such a highly concentrated state. I don't believe it. I still can't dodge your punch. At this moment, Uchiha Sasuke stared at Naruto's fist extremely seriously. And at this time, Naruto also decided to use this punch. Give Uchiha Sasuke a good lesson. Hello. What are you two doing? This is the Hokage rock statue. And it's still the statue of Lord Third Hokage. If you want to fool around, go somewhere else. Just at the nick of time, a voice suddenly sounded from around. Only a few Konoha patrolling ninjas appeared here. When several of them saw the rock statue of Hokage that had been destroyed a little. Immediately, I was about to burst into tears. What they are responsible for every day is all patrol and inspection tasks. See the devastation caused by the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto just now. They knew right away. I lost at least half a month's salary. But at this time, Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto are already in the state of being ready to launch. Especially Naruto. I've done all my energy storage. You come to tell me I can't go on. Stop. That is impossible. Boom. Naruto simply ignored the Konoha patrolling ninjas behind him. The power under his feet exploded violently. And the rocky ground under his feet. It directly showed a radial posture, cracking open. Not only that. The cracked cracks are still spreading in other directions. Same time. Just for a moment. Naruto has already reached Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. So fast. Whirring wind. The expression on Uchiha Sasuke's face began to twist. This punch. If I suffer from porcelain, I will die. It is estimated that it will really be broken. But the next second, Uchiha Sasuke sadly found out. Although his mental power is highly concentrated, he can indeed clearly see Naruto's attack trajectory en route. But the kinetic energy of my small body can't keep up. In this way, Uchiha Sasuke could only watch helplessly as Uzumaki Naruto's sandbag-sized fist hit his face fiercely. Eat me a friendship-breaking face fist. This punch. Naruto hit Uchiha Sasuke directly in the face. Suddenly, Uchiha Sasuke's face began to twist strangely. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Subsequently, the whole person directly flew out heavily. It hit the Hokage rock wall not far away. Same time. Also because of such a violent attack. The rock statue of Hokage, which was already broken before, is also a little crumbling at this moment. Sang sang. Suddenly. The crisp sound of rocks breaking. Ringing in everyone's ears. At this time. The faces of the Konoha patrolling ninjas not far behind Naruto suddenly changed. Immediately afterwards, he made a quick tour around. Surprisingly found that the rock formation of the third Hokage statue seems to be in the middle of the battle just now. Destroyed. If it goes on like this, third generation's head is gone. Hiss. Several patrolling ninjas suddenly looked at each other, gasping for air. Quick. Hurry up and report what happened here to Mie Tianja. The captain of the patrolling ninja squad said without tears. This Hokage rock statue. It won't collapse, will it? It's over. It's all over. It's not good to patrol by yourself, which has caused such terrible consequences. For the rest of my life, I am afraid that I will be hopeless. Behind. A patrolling ninja left here in a panic. You must report what happened here to Master Hokage immediately. While at the same time, the purpose of third generation is in the Hokage rock wall. Uchiha Sasuke was stuck directly inside the wall. The left side of the face was swollen to the point where it was completely invisible. Damn it. It hurts me to death. Uchiha Sasuke felt the pain coming from the left side of his face. It really hurts. Feeling the piercing pain, the corner of Uchiha Sasuke's mouth twitched hard. However, the corners of the mouth twitched. Another muscle pull involved in the face. It hurts even more. And the intense pain stimulated Uchiha Sasuke's face to twitch again. Got it. No solution. Kacha kacha. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke suddenly saw a huge black shadow falling directly in front of him. Boom. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback. Take a closer look. It was the rock that kept falling above his head. And they are not small. Boom boom boom. Huge rocks are constantly falling. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank. Gone. I'm afraid it's not going to collapse here. But right now, his body is firmly stuck in the rock wall, unable to move. The falling rocks in front of him kept increasing. If it goes on like this, wouldn't he be crushed to death by these rocks? Uchiha Sasuke's brow twitched violently. It's so hard for me to be reborn once in 1.0. Unexpectedly. Dead before the Chunin exam. I am Nima. If it weren't for that swollen face on the left, Uchiha Sasuke would be yelling. For now, save your energy. Find a way to get out of this ghost place. However, just found in Uchiha Sasuke. When his left hand and most of his body were firmly stuck by the rock, and he couldn't move at all. He was a little desperate. Could it be? Are you really going to die young? If God can give me another chance to start again, I will definitely love Naruto. Hello, Sasuke. That's when Uchiha Sasuke starts flashing back. Naruto's voice, like an angel, came to his side. See Uchiha Sasuke stuck immobile inside a rocky wall. Naruto frowned slightly. Then, immediately said calmly. Sasuke. Do not move. I'll break these rocks right away. Then, get you out. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes immediately became moist. Woohoo, Naruto is still good to me. Chapter 57 Report Hokage-sama. Naruto, he punched your head off. Seeking subscription. Boom. Crack, click. With 2 or 3 punches, Naruto cleared the rock wall behind Uchiha Sasuke. Originally, he just wanted to teach Uchiha Sasuke a lesson. Who would have thought? This broken Hokage rock statue is actually a shabby project. I haven't exerted myself much yet. Result. Bedrock collapse. Is it about to collapse? Knew it. There are bean curd residue projects everywhere. Naruto carried Uchiha Sasuke, several depths apart. Then he left the bedrock ground that was constantly crumbling. Back to the edge of the Hokage cliff again. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Fine. Get out the 2 pillars. Otherwise, it is reckoned that he will really die young. He turned his head sideways, ready to see how Urzuzi's injury was. But turn around. I saw Urzuzi's tearful eyes. Naruto stepped back 10 meters away straight away. This second pillar, what kind of watch is this? Only see. On Uchiha Sasuke's face, there was a moving expression uglier than crying. Tears are pattering, and there are even some restraint and coyness. I am Nima. You are a man with a hammer and a hammer. Not. Really not. Naruto raised an eyebrow. At the same time, the patrolling ninja from earlier had already scrambled into the Hokage office building. Quick. I want to meet Lord Hokage. I have something important to tell Master Hokage. The voice of this 25 patrolling ninja has been tuned. Boom. The door of Hokage's office has been opened heavily. This made Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was slamming on the cigarette inside, tremble all over. Shocked. Cough cough cough. Coughed violently. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face is full of sullenness. What happened? No rules. What the hell happened? Frowning, Sarutobi Hiruzen said majestically. Report. The patrolling ninja was nervous. It was difficult to speak, and he kept trembling. Hold. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a dark face. No, it's a report. The patrolling ninja hurriedly said. What's up? Sarutobi Hiruzen sat up straight and said. It's Naruto. The patrolling ninja said anxiously. What happened to Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't sit still when he heard that. Get up from your sitting position immediately. Hurry up. What happened to Naruto? Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead was full of blue veins. He. Naruto, he punched your head off. Nervous emotions, coupled with anxious expression. In the end, these words were uttered from the mouth of the patrolling ninja. Naruto punched my head off. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyeballs popped hard. Then he cursed angrily, do you believe that I punched your head off? The corner of the patrolling ninja's mouth twitched fiercely. No. Lord Hokage. I don't mean that. Day. Before he finished speaking, a loud bang exploded in everyone's ears. Boom. Boom. Same time. The whole Konoha village heard the bang. Immediately afterwards, the loud noise continued to sound. It was like the sound of rocks hitting the ground hard. Now, all the ninjas, as well as the civilians in the village, they all stopped what they were doing at the same time. He looked in the direction of the sound. Hokage Rock. The highest symbol of the entire Konoha village. That naturally no matter in any corner of the village, can be easily seen. And right now, a scene that the entire Konoha village will never forget is happening. Hokage Rock. The statue rock of third Hokage is falling apart. The fallen rock is also falling fiercely towards the bottom. Certainly. It was just a flat rocky area below. Usually, no one is allowed to pass. After all, Hokage Rock is up there. And now, a gigantic boulder. It keeps falling down. The whole earth roared and trembled. The closest one is, of course, the Hokage office building. At this time, the whole building is shaking constantly. Even the people in the building were a little unsteady. What happened? Inside the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Immediately afterwards, he rushed out. Straight up to the roof of the Hokage office building. And the Anbu ninjas around him, as well as the patrolling ninja from before, followed closely behind and came in droves. When people come here, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others are all stunned. Because they came just in time. It happened that a large rock was smashed down in front of their eyes. And that rock, it was the face of Sarutobi Hiruzen. My head. My head. Sarutobi Hiruzen wailed suddenly. My head was blown off. Bah bah bah. It's my rock statue, it was blown up. Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into tears. He said angrily, who is it? Who did it? Who dares to hit the old man's head? I'm furious. Hurry up. Who did it? Sarutobi Hiruzen was furious. Yes. Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto too, people. Behind. The patrolling ninja said tremblingly. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. Sarutobi Hiruzen's extremely angry face suddenly became stiff. Is it Naruto? That's all right. Ellipsis. I can only crush my teeth and swallow it in my stomach. 10 minutes later. Sasuke with a bruised nose and Naruto who is laid back appeared in Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen blackened his old face. Understand the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out to be a practice between Naruto and Sasuke. This led to the collapse of my own Hokage Rock. Since it is practice, then Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't find any reason to punish Naruto. The opposite of. As long as Naruto can practice, let alone smashing his own rock statue of Hokage. Even if you smash the rest. Big deal. The old man pays some money and rebuilds it. Third generation old man. If nothing happens, We just withdrew. Naruto really doesn't want to be with this Sarutobi Hiruzen guy at all. I was tricked by him to steal a lot of good stuff. Even this guy, sometimes, shamelessly snatched a few bottles of sauce from him. His thick skin. Unprecedented. Naruto. This Hokage rock was smashed by you, so you don't care. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at Naruto in bewilderment. For a while. He found. It seems that I am really helpless. As a reborn. During this period of time. He has also been intensely strengthening the surrounding defenses of the village. Naruto was assigned to the Kakashi team, and he was also relieved. I thought about seeing if I could be free during this period of time. Go see Naruto again and help him practice. Result. I haven't waited to find him myself. He came to the door with big trouble. Backhand to you, Hokage rock statue smashed. Hey, just ask if you are angry. The corner of Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth trembled. First. At this time. Naruto suddenly said with a straight face. The first point. Sasuke and I just happened to be training there. Second point. We didn't expect that the quality of this Hokage rock would be so unsightly. It breaks when you hit it. The third point. Old man, third generation. You should thank us. After Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Naruto's words, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Thank you 107. You smashed my Hokage rock statue. I still have to thank you. What kind of statement is this? Look. If it weren't for us. How did you know that the quality of this Hokage rock statue is so poor? Naruto said leisurely, in summary. It was because of a coincidence between me and Sasuke. So. Only discovered the safety hazard on Hokage rock. And right now. The hidden danger has been removed. Third generation old man. You said, do you want to thank us? Black as white. As expected of you, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, who was standing next to Naruto, was stunned. Good guy. Why is it that the more this guy talks, the more reasonable he is on his side? Really? This guy's mouth is amazing. Think back then. I have also experienced it myself. Thinking back to Naruto's mouth. That is really powerful. After Sarutobi Hiruzen listened to Naruto's words, he was like a deflated ball. Sitting on his seat. Have to. After his rebirth, he naturally knew about the Fourth Ninja World War. Naruto's mouth. I definitely can't say enough about him. No way. I can only admit it myself. Moreover. If you think about it carefully, it seems that what he said is not unreasonable. If the quality passes, how can it be crushed? After this incident. We must strictly investigate a group of talents. Correct. Shouldn't you follow Jonin to perform tasks these days? How would it appear here? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suddenly. Naruto thought for a while, then said truthfully, he's in the hospital. It's anorectal. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes popped out again. Kakashi in the hospital. Or anorectal. Fuck, there is a lot of information here. Chapter 58, Women Still Know Women Best. Sasuke, who gave you courage? Seeking subscription. Inside the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen lit the cigarette and took a deep breath. I was stunned but didn't want to understand who sent Kakashi to the hospital. But. This matter. It's not good for him to ask Kakashi directly. Even though my heart is full of curiosity. I can only hold back. Call. Ellipsis 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 quote. That's what you say. The current status of your team is, no leader. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled his eyes, and his old face was filled with a seemingly kind smile. Naruto raised an eyebrow. This old thing is definitely not holding any good farts. Just when Naruto was about to tell a lie. Uchiha Sasuke on the side replied enthusiastically, yes. Kakashi said to give us a holiday. Holiday. When Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, the smile on his face increased instead of diminishing. Finally, let the old man catch a perfectly reasonable reason to let Naruto practice. Yes, Uchiha Sasuke nodded. This is not going to work. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Any good ideas for the third generation project? Uchiha Sasuke asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. I do have a good idea here. Neither will let you drop your practice. It won't delay Kakashi's recovery. What way? Uchiha Sasuke asked urgently. And at this time, Naruto stared at these two guys in a daze. Good guy. Let's sing together, right? The fit is perfect, right? There are questions and answers, right? Actually, both Uchiha Sasuke and Sarutobi Hiruzen want Naruto to practice well. And right now. Naturally, Bastard looked at Mung Beans, and saw the right thing. So, the two hit it off right away. There was a beautiful Q&A. This way. That is, during the time when Kakashi was recovering from his injuries. I asked Jonin, the instructor of other classes, to lead your group to practice together, or to go out on missions. In this case, neither delay your group's practice. It won't delay Kakashi's recovery. When Kakashi recovers from his injury, you will return to the team. How? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with a red face. I thought of this way. It's really wonderful. And this method is not bound by the power of the world. After all, even if there is no power in the world for this matter, I will do it myself. After Uchiha Sasuke heard what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, there was also a strong smile on his face. It seemed that even the pain on his face had disappeared. As long as Naruto can practice. No matter what. That's a good idea. Good. This matter is settled like this. Starting tomorrow, your team will practice with the 8th class first. Wait a few days later. Following the third shift, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Until Naruto was pulled away by Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto reacted. Good guy. These two guys, this is working together. What the hell? This is your vacation. But Naruto stroked his chin. Practice is impossible to practice. It is impossible to practice seriously in this life. Fishing is king. Even with the 8th class. Then I have a way to continue fishing. Naruto shook off Uchiha Sasuke's hand. He glared at him fiercely. This product. Holding my hand, I don't want to let go, right? And at this time, a little disappointment also appeared on Uchiha Sasuke's face. Seeing Naruto swear directly. You lost your hair. After speaking. Leap. Disappeared without a trace. I'd better stay away from Urzuzi as much as possible. This stuff seems to be getting more and more abnormal now. On the street. Uchiha Sasuke stared at his left hand, feeling somewhat lost. In the end, it turned into a sigh. Ah, Naruto. I'm doing this for your own good. Well. Inside the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is happy and sad at the same time. The joy is that I found a reasonable interface. Let Naruto go to practice with other classes. The worry is that my Hokage rock statue was blown up by Naruto. If this fixes another big expense. Sarutobi Hiruzen scratched his head, brushing his stray hair. Finally. Turned into a sigh. Huh. As long as Naruto can practice well. Blast your head, just blow your head. One more thing. How did Kakashi end up in the hospital? And, it's still that department. Hiss. Could it be Might Guy? Sarutobi Hiruzen shivered all over. Muttering to himself, are young people playing so wildly now? The next day. The 8th practice field. Kurenai Yuhi appeared here with Naruto, Sasuke, and little Sakura. Mr. Naruto. After Hyuga Hinata saw Naruto again, he was suddenly filled with surprise and joy. Although I don't know why Naruto appeared here. But as long as I meet Naruto-kun, She is very happy. Happy for no reason. Yuhihong took a step forward, then said with a smile. Kakashi has had a bad stomach these 2 days. There is no time to lead the 7th squad members. So, in the past few days, our 8th class will lead them to train. Hearing this, Inuzuka Tooth suddenly smiled. Okay. Welcome, welcome. Naruto joins training. This is a good thing. In this way, wouldn't everyone be able to eat the delicious food from Naruto again? Leak leak. Inuzuka Tooth has been thinking about this mouthful. No one can refuse good food. Even Aburame Shino next to Inuzuka was slightly moved. Even the parasites in the body became even more excited. Naruto-kun will join our team for training these days. Very good. I can be with Naruto-kun again. Hyuga Hinata's pretty face was also full of joy. Think. Only after training yourself. Only then can I go to Naruto-kun. If so, wouldn't it be possible to be with Naruto-kun directly? And this time, Naruto also set his sights on Hyuga Hinata. If it weren't for his wife Hinata-chan in the 8th class, I wouldn't agree so easily. Why? For my own wife. I had no choice but to reluctantly agree. In fact, Yuhihong got the news yesterday afternoon. In my heart, I was also a little ecstatic. After all, after tasting Naruto's cooking skills a few days ago, she has always wanted to try to see if she could make that kind of flavor. But during these few days, no matter how she prepared the ingredients, she found that she couldn't make it as delicious as that day. At the moment, Naruto temporarily came to his team. Doesn't that mean that I have the time and opportunity to ask Naruto about cooking? But at this time, Uchiha Sasuke was a little unhappy. Why do these people look at Naruto, wanting to take Naruto for themselves? How can this work? If it's Hyuga Hinata, forget it. After all. Anyway, she is also Naruto's future wife. But what about you Inuzuka and Aburame Shino? Besides, why, even Yuhihong is like this. Naruto, what kind of magical power does he have? Cough cough. Jealousy, let Uchiha Sasuke step forward. Then cough lightly. Alright. We're all classmates, too. There is no need to introduce each other. Teacher read. Let's start today's practice mission. Uchiha Sasuke said loudly. After all, getting Naruto to practice quickly is the right thing to do. Other things, you can let it go. Sunset smiled lightly. Then he said, yeah. Well, originally, the practice task of our team today is to test everyone's physical skills, ninjutsu, and tracking skills. It's just time for you to join. We can temporarily compete and train. Yuhihong pursed her lips, and then continued. Physical competition. Quote. Duh. Hinata, you train with Naruto, okay. Kurenai Yuhi winked at Hyuga Hinata. Between women, I understand best. After Hyuga Hinata received Kurenai Yuhi's eyes, she immediately understood. With blushing cheeks, he nodded vigorously, yeah. Zhao Lihao Naruto, how about you? No problem. Naruto smiled. It seems that if you don't practice the designated practice today, you will die. But as long as you don't practice with Urzuzi, it's fine. After all, I really can't accept Urzuzi's passionate eyes. Aside, after Uchiha Sasuke heard the distribution of Kurenai Yuhi, there is some dissatisfaction in my heart. But for a while, I couldn't find any other reasons for rebuttal. Next is ninjutsu. Kurenai Yuhi looked at Inuzuka Fang and Uchiha Sasuke. Quote. Baby Inuzuka vs. Uchiha Sasuke. How about it? Inuzuka Tooth rubbed his nose and smiled. No problem. I've been in school for a long time. Look, Uchiha Sasuke is upset. Sullen face every day. Seeing everyone seems to owe him money. Ha ha ha. Inazukaya burst out laughing, and Akamaru in his arms also yelled, "Ah!" Uchiha Sasuke stares. Then he said coldly, "I don't know who gave you the courage. But in the next competition, I won't let your word." Inuzuka Kiba is not afraid. Come. Confrontationally. Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 59 Hinata. Teacher Hong won't find out if we're lazy, right? Seeking subscription. This hasn't started training yet. The atmosphere on the scene had already begun to become tense. Yuhihong pursed her lips and smiled softly. She didn't stop either. After all, only in this way, home training will be more dynamic. So, the last is the competition of tracking skills. Aburame Shino in small Sakura bar. The task of your practice today. It's tracking 10 kilometers away. I have already put the box in advance. There is a timed bell in the box. Find before 6 o'clock in the afternoon. And take it back, even if the practice is successful. Sunset Red smiled slightly. According to clues of information. Are you looking for information? Little Sakura and Aburame Shino both thought of the core meaning of this assessment. Subsequently, both nodded. I am in charge of supervising the practice of the 3 groups of you. Yuhihong patted her palms lightly. Good. Practice of taijutsu, ninjutsu, and tracking, start. Cultivation has begun. Sasuke. Come. There's a vacant lot next door. Let's fight over there. Inuzuka Tooth can't wait. Just go. Who is afraid of whom? Uchiha Sasuke is also getting a little pissed off. Anyway. He found out. It is impossible for me to return to the plain state of mind before my rebirth. Simply let go of your own mentality. Anyway. And no one knows that he is a reborn. In the eyes of outsiders. I'm just a teenager. The other side. Hyuga Hinata and Naruto also came to an open space for practice. Ah, Naruto-kun. Please give me your advice. This is the 207th time under the supervision of the teacher. Practice with Naruto-kun. Say don't be nervous. That is impossible. Hyuga Hinata doesn't know what's going on with herself either. Anyway, after returning from rebirth, your body and your emotions are very sensitive. Even more sensitive than the original self. Because, the original self can only look at Naruto-kun's back from a distance and move forward. And the present self. I don't want to keep looking at Naruto's back. Is there a reason why you want to catch up with Naruto-kun? Ellipsis. After returning from his own rebirth, I have been dissatisfied. Unsatisfied with himself, he can only look at Naruto as usual. I want to hold his hand and stand by his side. I want so much more. Ellipsis. Hyuga Hinata froze for a moment, blushing. Are you being too greedy? Obviously. Now I am only 12 years old. Hyuga Hinata also knows a little bit. That is. Don't rush everything, just take it step by step. Naruto-kun, it's mine after all. It can only be mine. Ellipsis. Hinata sauce. Bring it on. Let me see. The results of your practice during this time. Naruto gave Hyuga Hinata a doting smile in front of him. Hyuga Hinata nodded. Then. Get started. Gentle fist law. Naruto also started to get serious. I don't want to practice but to practice. Instead, help your wife become stronger. Then. Naruto also started training seriously with Hyuga Hinata. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 32 palms. Hyuga Hinata exerts the fruits of his practice. Naruto is also doing extreme pulling with Hyuga Hinata. Did not think of. Hinata sauce is making rapid progress. It wasn't as strong as it was 2 days ago. It seems that the changes I made brought about changes in many people around me. But the stronger Hyuga Hinata is, the happier Naruto will be. Anyway, it's my family. Of course he hoped that Hinata would be as strong as possible. Feel the palm wind whistling in the ear. Naruto couldn't help but swallowed his saliva. If you get slapped on yourself, it will probably hurt for a few minutes. Ha. Ha. Ah. The training here is already on the right track. And the other side. Inuzuka Kiba and Uchiha Sasuke are already looking at each other. It's about to burst into sparks. Akamaru. Let's go. Ah. Ah. Akamaru jumped in his arms. Jumped onto Inuzuka's head. Bring it on. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. It's not that he won't show a cold look. Instead, he just didn't want to show it in front of Naruto again. As for the others, Uchiha Sasuke never had a good look. Naturally, it looks like a stranger should not enter. It's such a beating look. Inuzuka tooth seal with both hands. Orc clone. Teeth through teeth. Inuzuka started his journey to the finale with one tooth. Seeing this, Uchiha Sasuke is also unambiguous. Fire style great fireball technique. Bang bang bang. Boom boom boom. Combat training has begun. At this moment, Yuhihong jumped up. Came to the top of a big tree in the middle. Bow your head. Looking at everyone's training. Once everything is on track. There was also a satisfied smile on her face. Immediately afterwards. Back to the edge of the stream again. Here, there are already some simple shelves and stoves built. It was also built by the 8th class in the practice center here. For the convenience of eating in the wild. And now, Yuhihong has already made up her mind. Since everyone is practicing so seriously, then I can't be idle. Today's lunch meal will be handed over to her. Finally, began to prepare all kinds of CFEG seasonings. Start researching ingredients. Time flies. It's been 3 hours. Kurenai wiped the sweat from his forehead. All the ingredients have been prepared. There is pork, chicken, fish, beef, and all kinds of vegetables. She also knows. You can't really just eat fish all day long. If that is the case, the body will also be overwhelmed. Nutritional balance is key. At this time, the training on Naruto's side should have ended, right? Ask him for a lesson. Yuhihong tilted her head, and nodded lightly with her fingers on her lips. It seems to recall the delicious grilled fish that Naruto made that day. That smell. I really want to taste it. After making up your mind, Kurenai Yuhi walked in the direction of Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata's training. When she came here, Hyuga Hinata and Naruto are no longer here. Yuhihong looked around curiously. Then, on the slope grass on one side, I saw Naruto and Hinata. As she walked in slowly. But he stopped involuntarily, and quickly hid behind a big tree. Then, Yuhihong kept blinking her eyes. In Ju-Red's pupils, the light kept flickering. Slope grass. Naruto just leaned on Hyuga Hinata's lap leisurely. The distance from the last knee pillow. It feels like it's been a long time. This feeling. It's true. It seems that we'll do this more often in the future. Naruto thought happily in his heart. Well, Naruto-kun. Will Teacher Hong find out if we are lazy? Hyuga Hinata blushed slightly, said. As early as half an hour ago. They have been hiding here. This side is a reverse slope lawn. If both people lie down, the other side is not easy to find. Although, that's what Hyuga Hinata said right now. But, her hands were always held by Naruto. Moreover, there is no intention of pulling away at all. This feeling, the group is a two-person world that belongs to two people alone. Don't be afraid. Teacher Hong seems to be helping us prepare lunch. I guess it will take a while. Naruto smiled and looked at Hinata, who was close at hand. Suddenly, Naruto clutched his stomach. Ouch. Stomach hurts. Hyuga Hinata sees this. Immediately panicked. Hastily rubbing Naruto's stomach. How's it going? Are you hungry? Is it better now? The painful expression on Naruto's face also gradually disappeared. Immediately afterwards, he grinned and laughed. I'm feeling better now. At that time, let's go to the hospital to have a look. Hyuga Hinata said, still a little worried. I've already been there, Naruto said with a smile. Huh, Hyuga Hinata blinked. What did the doctor say? Naruto pinched his nose and said sadly. The doctor said I have a bad stomach. Let me later. I can only eat soft rice. I have a bad stomach, I can only eat soft food. Hyuga Hinata froze for a moment. Then, seeing Naruto's sly smile, immediately realized it. What is it that has a bad stomach? Obviously want to eat soft rice. Hyuga Hinata twitched suddenly. Naruto-kun, you. Hey. Naruto scratched his head. Although the earthy love story is a bit old-fashioned. But, it works. The other side. Yuhihong, who was hiding behind the big tree, rolled her eyes. I was a little worried just now. This kid. Even if you are good at cooking. Mouth is so powerful. I really don't know how many girls will be coaxed by him in the future. How can this mouth be so powerful? Snort. Do not care. Next, don't blame me for ruthlessly interrupting the show of affection between the two of you. Afterwards, Yuhihong came out from behind the big tree. Chapter 60 Yuhihong, Hinata, I'll borrow Naruto. Thin. It's really too thin. Seeking subscription. Shushusha tilde. Kurenai Yuhi walked straight towards Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata. Let the two have no time to react. If you catch it, you have to catch it right. Next. Let me see how you two still show your love in front of me. At this very moment. The sudden appearance of Sunset Red. Let Naruto and Hinata be two people directly, some are caught off guard. After Hyuga Hinata sees Kurenai Yuhi appear, those eyes suddenly began to tremble violently. Red, Teacher Hong. Hyuga Hinata's voice began to tremble. It's over. I was being lazy with Mr. Naruto and was caught by Mr. Hong. How to do. Isn't this Teacher Hong? Naruto, who was leaning on Hinata's knee, saw Kurenai Yuhi coming in front of him. There was no look of surprise on his face. On the contrary, it is very normal. Such a comfortable look made Yuhihong a little admired. Admire Naruto's thick skin. With a straight face, Yuhihong said seriously. Have you finished your practice? Just being lazy here. And I was caught straight. It's over. Teacher Hong is angry. At this time, Hyuga Hinata was holding the corner of the clothes with both hands nervously. For a while. Really don't know what to do anymore. Well. Teacher Hong, don't scare us like that. Naruto smiled, straightened up and sat up. Our practice was completed half an hour ago. And we're not being lazy right now. After the practice, you have to rest to allow your body to recover. Otherwise, the muscles will be damaged, in case because of this. Just when Naruto wanted to continue hacking the truth, Yuhihong directly raised her hand. Stop. I'm afraid of you. How can your mouth be so powerful? The serious look on Yuhihong's face had long since disappeared without a trace. Naruto scratched his head. Is my mouth sharp? Why didn't I feel it myself? And at this time, Kurenai Yuhi looked at Hinata's worried expression. Immediately, he burst out laughing. Okay. Hinata. I was joking with you just now. I came to you. I want to borrow Naruto. Yuhihong smiled and said the purpose of coming here. After speaking, the scene became slightly silent. Borrow from Naruto-kun. The expression on Hyuga Hinata's face froze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, some vigilantly looked at the Sunset Red. Yuhihong felt Hyuga Hinata's gaze. Suddenly, I realized that in what I just said, may be mistaken for. Yuhihong's face also turned slightly red, and then coughed lightly. No. Hinata, I didn't mean that. Hyuga Hinata sees this. His face also started to blush. Obviously. Just now, I also misunderstood Teacher Shihahong. Aside. Naruto blinked. Immediately. Pretending to be confused. Teacher Hong, Hinata-chan. What are you all talking about? Why didn't I understand? As soon as this remark came out. Immediately, the faces of Yuhihong and Hyuga Hinata flushed even more. At last. Sunset Red turned her head. He coughed lightly. Naruto. Follow me. We're going to prepare lunch at noon. I have a lot of places that I want to ask you for advice. After stating your purpose, Yuhihong quickly fled here. What an embarrassment. I was actually misunderstood by my disciples. But does Hyuga Hinata already know about that by now? Well, is it a little too early? Or, ellipsis. Shihahong returned to the stream, but still didn't understand. So, what's the matter with you guys? After Naruto sees Kurenai Yuhi leave, he turned around immediately, looked at Hinata who was blinking big watery eyes, and smiled. Hyuga Hinata became a little coy. It's nothing. Mr. Naruto. Go quickly. Don't make Teacher Hong wait. We're together. Naruto laughed. Hey Do, I'm going to see how little Sakura's practice is going. Hyuga Hinata was completely ashamed at this point. After speaking. Then ran away directly. Oh well. Naruto waved his hand. Then, humming a little tune, walked in the direction of the evening sun. After arriving at Shihahong's side. Only see. All kinds of meat and vegetables have been placed on the small wooden table here. There are also many bottles and cans. It's well prepared. Naruto said with some surprise. It's just common training. Did not think of. Yuhihong actually came here with so many seasonings and ingredients. Actually. Last time, I wanted to learn from you. But never had a chance. Sunset Red smiled lightly. Those wine red eyes were like looking at a treasure. Staring at Naruto in front of him. Although Naruto can be a bit mean at times. But his culinary skills are simply outstanding, aren't they? Turn out to be. You want to steal my culinary skills? Naruto shook his head. What is stealing? Kurenai Yuhi glanced at Naruto lightly. I'm obviously asking for advice, okay. Naruto continued, all of my skills are unique skills. If you have learned it, I won't have anything to eat in the future. This is impossible. Seeing this, Yuhihong felt a little itchy. What do you say? How can you teach me? No way. In order to learn how to cook. Yuhihong could only let go of her posture. Wait for yourself to learn. Again. Church disciples, starved to death master. As long as Teacher Hong learns. It's enough to take care of my food every day. Naruto stated his request. Joke. Do you really think that I said this for the sake of going to Yuhihong's house for a meal in the future? Wrong. Ask for flowers. That would be so wrong. I am thinking about my own future. As everyone knows. As the old saying goes. The disciples of the church will really starve the master to death. In order not to let myself starve to death in the future. So. I have to find my way out ahead of time. I'm a gentleman, okay. Puff. After hearing Naruto's words, Yuhihong burst out laughing. She thought Naruto would make some unreasonable demands. So this is it. But think about it. How big is Naruto right now? Shihahong pursed her lips. Did she think too badly of him? How about it? Teacher Red. You just promise me. I will choose to show my housekeeping skills. Naruto spread his arms and said very seriously. No problem. Make a deal. Yuhihong readily agreed. This kind of thing. There are only benefits for yourself and no harm, okay. Why didn't you agree to come down? Then wish us a happy cooperation. 0. Naruto smiled and stretched out his right hand. Shihahong pursed her lips and smiled, stretched out her hand and shook it. But how could this guy Naruto laugh so wrongly? Always feel as if I had reached some kind of weird agreement with him. It seems not. I think should not be. At this time, Yuhihong fell into self-doubt. This Naruto suddenly became normal, which made Yuhihong a little uncomfortable. Bring it on. First class of the day. Check your cut. Naruto looked like a little adult, with his hands behind his back, and came to the wooden table beside him. Sunset rolled her eyes. Good guy. Does this start to put on the airs of master? But in order to learn Naruto's cooking skills, Yuhihong had no choice but to walk over obediently. Get ready to show off your cut. The cut is okay, but the shredded radish can be a little thinner. See Yuhihong and cut up a carrot. Naruto stepped forward to check it, and then said, Can it be more detailed? I can't. Yuhihong stared, the radish cut out by herself is already very thin, okay. She has never seen anything thinner than the one she cut out. Why? Naruto sighed and picked up the kitchen knife on the chopping board. Afterwards, the speed and smoothness of flowing water. Cut a radish directly into shredded radish. Even. It can be said that this is no longer shredded radish. It's radish mustache. Put it in a basin of clean water and shake it gently. Immediately turned into dense silk. Behind. Yuhihong stared wide-eyed at this moment. Already speechless by Naruto's hand cutting. Oh my god. Can it really be cut so thin? Thin. Too thin. Yuhihong said in admiration. Naruto raised his eyebrows, looking at the tofu beside him. Afterwards, he smiled and said, Teacher Hong. Next, it's your turn to act. This piece of tofu. Also cut into bean curd strands. Tofu. Sliced. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Chapter 61 Fishing in Myriad Worlds. Flowing water breaking rock fist. Seeking subscription. Can tofu be cut into whiskers? What a joke. Kurenai Yuhi didn't believe what Naruto said at all. Tofu can only be cut into pieces. Most. Being able to cut into tofu slices is already the limit, okay. Yuhihong shook her head and said quickly. It's better to say that carrots can be cut into whiskers. This is tofu. Such soft ingredients. How can it be cut into whiskers? Impossible. Kurenai Yuhi didn't believe it, and Naruto didn't care at all. It's normal that she hasn't seen it. This is his own unique skill. Teacher read. Have you ever heard a sentence? Naruto slowly grasped the handle of the knife. He took out a piece of cool tofu from the side and put it on the chopping board. What words? Yuhiko stared at Naruto's hands without blinking. Could he really be able to cut tofu into shreds? Impossible. It should be noted that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Naruto smiled confidently, if I really cut this tofu into strands like hair. Shall we make a bet? Bet. Shihahong was also aroused curiosity in her heart. Anyway. She didn't believe that someone could cut tofu into shreds. What bet? 583, Naruto thought for a while, then said with a smile, let's make a bet. If I lose, I can promise you one thing unconditionally. Certainly. If you lose, you must promise me one thing unconditionally, how about it? Evening Red heard the words. Looking at Naruto vigilantly, he said, this matter, 17. Is it decent? If it's something out of order. Or something illegal. I won't say yes. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, of course it's serious. I don't look, don't I? Not serious. Yuhihong looked at Naruto seriously, and replied immediately. Quote. Naruto frowned wildly. Seeing Naruto deflated. Shihahong smiled softly, okay. I agree to the bet. Bring it on. Let me see if you can succeed. Shihahong also has some small expectations in her heart. If someone else. She naturally did not believe it. But right now, the one who said that was Naruto. That's really not necessarily the case. Looking good. This dish is called Wensi tofu. Tofu must be cut as thin as a hair. Moreover, the roots are distinct and do not stick to each other. First, slice the tofu into thin slices first. Naruto began to explain seriously. Same time. The movements in his hands didn't stop either. The left hand gently pressed the tofu, and the kitchen knife in the right began to cut slowly. The exquisite and incomparable technique made Yuhahong behind him admire it. Then, it is shredded. Naruto carefully began to move the kitchen knife in his hand. This step. But the most accurate and the most difficult step. If ordinary people don't have several years of training, it is impossible to complete this kind of cutting. Immediately afterwards. In Yuhahong's shocked eyes. Naruto's movements are as smooth as flowing clouds and flowing water. Action standard, done in one go. There is no lag in the middle. Bring me a basin of clean water. Naruto said quickly. Kurenai Yuhi didn't dare to waste time, and immediately fetched a basin of clear water and put it beside Naruto. Subsequently, Naruto gently slid the tofu into the basin. Immediately afterwards, I gently stirred it a few times with chopsticks. The next moment. Tofu in water. Immediately, like waving silk, it spread directly. Under a light pick. You can easily pick up a single tofu beard that is as thin as a hair. This scene. It made Yuhahong's eyes widen, and the eyes were full of addiction. It never occurred to her. Someone can actually play with tofu. The eyes looking at Naruto became even more fiery. Naruto grinned. I won. Well, you won. Yuhihong nodded. Compare the bet with Naruto just now. She still cares more about this horrible knife work. Then what do you want me to do? Shihahong still hadn't recovered from the shock. Naruto rubbed his chin. This matter. I haven't figured it out yet. 11. When I'm free in the future, I'll come to Teacher Hong to cash out the bet. In a while, Naruto said. He couldn't say why. It's better to wait for yourself to get better in the future. Let's find Yuhihong to cash it out. Oh well. Yuhihong smiled and nodded. Immediately afterwards. Naruto was not stingy, and started teaching. Yuhihong also listened very seriously. In the blink of an eye. It's time for lunch. Yuhihong after preliminary conditioning by Naruto. Her cooking has gone far to a whole new level. Although there is still a long gap with myself. But if this culinary skill is placed in the world of Quan Ninja, that's how you can stand alone. Everyone in Hyuga Hinata also returned here. Only Uchiha Sasuke and Inuzuka teeth seemed to hate each other. Just stare at each other. Seriously cooking. Delicious. What kind of delicacy is this? Delicious. Zilu. Yuhihong looked at everyone with a smile on her face. Eat and drink. It's nap time. Naruto wiped it off and smiled. Just run away. Slipped away. I have been training with me for a whole morning. Already giving the old man of third generation a lot of face. What do you want from me? Really are. Same time. Inside the Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old pregnant is happy, his face is full of red light. Although, the practice feedback received from Naruto is not as much as before. But talking is better than nothing, less makes more. I don't know if Kakashi's illness has recovered. The mission of the Kingdom of Waves is about to begin. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head. Look at a piece of information on the desktop. This information is the information of Dasna Departure Konoha. Before a week, Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent Anbu's ninjas to follow this line. After all, follow the cautious character of Sarutobi Hiruzen. You have to keep everything under your control. Just right. It can be the same as before. Let the Naruto team go out of the village for training. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his desk lightly with his fingers. After returning from rebirth. In fact, he has been paying attention to these things. You cannot forcibly intervene. So, we can only continue to let Naruto and his 7th squad carry out this so-called C-level mission, but in fact, the level of danger has reached A-level mission. As for whether to worry about the security of Naruto, of course there is no need to worry. With Kakashi here, you can rest assured. The middle and lower reaches of Nanhekwan. Naruto specially changed a spot for fishing. Otherwise, the previous fishing spot will definitely be found by Uchiha Sasuke. By the time, don't imagine that you can fish so easily. Call. Naruto took out his fishing equipment, and he couldn't wait. Adjusting bait, making nests, threading, and throwing rods. Not a single extra move. Everything. They are as smooth as flowing clouds. Clatter. The river is neither slow nor slow. It's a great day for fishing. Naruto held the fishing rod comfortably. These are the days of the gods. 10 minutes later. The float sank slightly. Naruto has sharp eyes and quick hands. Hold the fishing rod tightly, and use your palms vigorously. Clatter. A red carp jumped out of the water. It looks like about 5 or 6 catties. Although it is not big. But a good start. Seeing this, Naruto smiled lightly. Ding! Wanji fishing successfully. Congratulations to host for obtaining One Punch World Skills Flowing Water Breaking Rock Fist Grandmaster. Naruto froze for a moment. This is the first time to catch other plane skills. In One Punch World, Bangu and Wolf's skills. This set of boxing techniques is unpredictable and powerful. Just for an instant. The skill of flowing water and rock-breaking fist instantly entered Naruto's mind. At this moment, Naruto seemed to have been tempered a long time ago. In an instant. Then mastered Dacheng's flowing water and rock-breaking fist. And you can also use Chakra 0.9 for blessing. In this way, the attack power and speed will only be stronger than the simple flowing water-breaking rock fist. Call out. Naruto put the red carp into the tank behind him. Then, he flicked the fishing rod in his hand. Keep fishing. If you can continue to fish for something good, that's great. Saitama's fist. This can have. Naruto thought happily in his heart. Clatter. Another big red carp hooked. Pretty. Naruto lifts the pole to collect the net. Ding. Wanji fishing successfully. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting Snowbeer X 10 boxes, close black lens bracket. Entity rewards have been issued to the back of the Myriad Realms system, and can be withdrawn and retrieved at any time, fishing items only. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The snowflakes are coming, right? Then, keep swinging. I can't believe I couldn't catch other good things today. While at the same time, in the middle reaches of Nanhekwan, 4 people were walking towards the downstream. Well, today's special training will be held here. The might guy who led the team stopped immediately, then turned his head, Minister Lugong. Shiny white teeth. Chapter 62 Fierce Tiantian, you guys are too bullying. Seeking subscription. Beside the river. After might guy finished speaking, Xiao Li in front of him suddenly excitedly said loudly. Teacher guy. Today, our practice. What is it then? Aside. Hyuga Neji, who was crossing his arms, couldn't help shaking his head. Why are you in this team? You don't have to be so excited, do you? Hyuga Neji said abruptly. Neji. Today's special training will start soon. Aren't you excited? Xiao Li turned around and said excitedly. Hyuga Neji found that to speak for yourself is a mistake. I should honestly shut up. Teacher guy. What is our special training today? Raise your head every day and look at the big sun in the sky. Such a hot day. It should be blowing the fan at home and eating popsicles. And recently, the team didn't have many tasks. Why don't you come out to train? It's so hot today. Let's have an intense and exciting special diving training competition. Might Guy laughed out loud at this moment. Immediately. Big hand wave. Said energetically. Scuba diving competition. I glanced at the clear river next to me every day. Then nodded. Hyuga Neji frowned and said in a low voice. Such a boring training. I won't. But. Before Hyuga Neji finished speaking, Xiao Li on one side directly pushed Hyuga Neji into the river. Ellipsis. Clattering 25. Hyuga Neji black face. Stand up from under the water. Then shout angrily. Plum. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Might Guy burst out laughing immediately. This is youth. I can already feel the blood of youth. Tiantian, Li, Neji. You should feel it too. Might Guy said passionately. Guy Sensen. I've already sensed it. Xiao Li clenched his fists, staring at his eyes circled like watermelons. Excited loudly. Ha ha ha. Good. Bring it on. Start the game. I'll watch over you behind you. The goal of your training is to see who can reach the downstream first. And you three. Whoever arrives last. So. As punishment. Tonight's barbecue will be handed over to that person. Ha 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 ha. Might Guy finally revealed his true purpose of calling everyone to train at this time. Turn out to be. Mr. Guy, you guys have this idea. After hearing the words of Might Guy every day, the aura of the whole person suddenly faded. To know. It's not like they haven't made such a bet before. Originally, Tian still thought that she was the only girl in the whole team after all, right? Don't these big men let themselves go a little bit? But what Tian didn't expect the most is these people. Don't give up on yourself at all. Yes. Don't give up on yourself at all. Every time during the competition practice, one is more outrageous than the other, more desperate than the other, more introverted than the other. Just like a practice not long ago. Hyuga Neji did 300 push-ups. Xiao Li continued to add 300 push-ups on the basis of 300 push-ups without hesitation. If so, forget it. The key is that the leading teacher, Might Guy, and Teacher Guy also join in the introversion between the two of them. Just start with 1,000. I was stunned every day to see it. Eventually it is summed up. The third class won him in. No one is normal except myself. Plop. Plop. Might Guy and Xiao Li jumped into the stream in front of them without hesitation. Day by day. The game has begun. Might Guy said loudly. You are lying. Seeing this every day, my face is dark. Afterwards, there was also a plop sound. Jumped into the stream in front of him. Cool stream. Only then did the trace of irritability on Tiantian's body gradually subside. But when she came back to herself, Xiao Li and Hyuga Neji have both dived into the water and started their crazy involution. It's trying to piss me off. Gritting his teeth angrily every day. Then, also plunged directly into the water. Swimming is faster than being on the surface. Might Guy is behind everyone, with a gratified smile on his face. This is youth. Kakashi. Tell me why you can only lie on your stomach and can't move. Or else. Take your team to join us in this intense and exciting diving competition. How lively this is. Might Guy shook his head. Then, swim towards the downstream. Below the river. Because every day is a girl's sake. The body is naturally softer than that of boys. Even though it has been distanced by Xiao Li and Hyuga Neji before. But after a few minutes, Tiantian has clearly shown a trend of latecomers overtaking. Xiao Li and Hyuga Neji saw this. Immediately crazily swinging his underwater body. Fight. It's okay if you lose to the opponent. But to lose to Tiantian. Doesn't that mean that one of them will pay for the barbecue at night? How can this work? Immediately afterwards, under this horrible consciousness, the two twisted their bodies frantically. The speed suddenly began to soar. This scene let the eyes of Tian Tian, who is about to catch up with Xiao Li and Hyuga Neji, pop. I took a deep breath. Surfaced. Then, he said fiercely directly. Hello. You guys are too bullying. I'm mad. I'm mad. Said angrily every day. Subsequently. Continue to take a big breath of air. Continue to dive and chase all the way. I will not admit defeat. Grit your teeth secretly every day. Work hard. Behind, not far away. Might Guy feels the breath of youth. Get excited too. The middle and lower reaches of Nanhekwan. By the stream. Clatter. Clatter. Another two big fish hooked. Naruto clicked his tongue slightly. Since half an hour ago, the fish in the river began to increase. Why? Naruto can't figure it out. But who cares? Now, you can have a good time fishing by yourself. Clatter. Another big fish hooked. Ding. Wanji fishing successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining bottle opener X1. People. Naruto. Naruto at this time. Speechless. I fished for half a day. Only at the beginning did he get the flowing water breaking rock fist. Leftover. Basically, it's all innocuous stuff. Even. Also got a pair of slippers. Naruto really convinced the sixth child of the system. Suddenly, I felt that the fishing rod in my hand was constantly swinging from side to side with the stream. Say. From a few minutes ago. The water flow in the river began to rush up. How is this going? However. Before he could think about anything. Suddenly, there was an extremely powerful pulling force from the fishing rod in his hand. This power. Unprecedented power. Cliff is a super unprecedented large product. Naruto stood up immediately. Instant excitement. Hold the fishing rod firmly with both hands. Go ahead. The big cargo in the water seemed to have found something too. 317 also started to break free desperately. This scene let Naruto on the shore be more excited. I haven't caught such a big fish for a long time. It must be loaded hard. Fortunately, the fishing rod in my hand was produced by Tian Tian's family. If it is another fishing rod, it is estimated that it will not be able to support itself to catch it. But even so, the fishing rod in Naruto's hand has also started to make a buzzing sound. Obviously, this big thing is fighting against himself crazily. Bring it on. I have never been afraid of anyone in the mid lane. Naruto exerts force with both hands. At the same time, in the river, that big cargo was also struggling crazily. What's this? Fishing line. Anyone fishing here? Hyuga Neji looked at the fishing line wrapped around his right foot with a dark face. The expression on the whole person's face is extremely ugly. After trying his best, he managed to get rid of Xiao Li and Tian Tian. Result. Stopped here by a fisherman. And not only that. How could the strength of this fisherman be so terrifying? Original. When Hyuga Neji found his right foot tangled in fishing line, I wanted to walk away quickly. The big deal is to tear off the opponent's fishing rod. After you win the game, come back and give it back to others. But who would have thought that the opponent's strength would be so terrifying? It's even stronger than Mr. Might Guy's strength. Fight. Hyuga Neji gritted his teeth looking at the close victory. Unleash your full power. Last shock. Hiss. This is at least a super big cargo that weighs more than 100 kilograms. Ashore. Naruto almost lost his footing and was dragged into the river. Both feet are firmly embedded in the grass. Naruto also starts full power. I pull. Confrontation, right. I have never been afraid of anyone. Chapter 63. I thought it was a water ghost. I am very disappointed. Seeking subscription. Even the fishing rod in his hand is completely out of shape. Even. It can break anytime anywhere. But. Even so. The strength in Naruto's hands still did not relax. At the same time, Hyuga Neji under the water could not open his mouth if not. Guess it's been yelled at already. Who is it? Can't you relax a little bit? Just take a breath. You can break through easily by yourself. Then, finish the game. If this delay continues, wouldn't it be in vain that I rushed here so hard? In the river. Underwater 200 meters away. Xiao Li and Tian Tian are struggling to twist their bodies. The first is obviously impossible to win. The two of them decide to see who can take the second place. As long as it is second, it also represents safety. If that is the case, it won't be my turn to treat guests tonight. Is that Neji? In the river. Tiantian was the first to discover Hyuga Neji, who was writhing his body strangely in the water not far away. Only. He seems to have been in place the whole time without moving. What's happening here? But. There is no time to think about other things every day. We're about to reach the finish line. Then. She exerted her strength quickly and began to hit the finish line. The other side. After Xiao Li met Hyuga Neji, who was distorted in place. Also confused. Hyuga Neji, what's wrong? Hiss. Could it be a cramp? Xiao Li looked at Tian Tian's back. He also knows. There is little hope of winning the championship. Had no choice but to swim in the direction of Hyuga Neji. Just when every day reaches the end. The moment Li arrived at Hyuga Neji's side. Hyuga Neji's whole body was suddenly deflated. The strength has been consumed 7 or 88. Crash. And at this time, Naruto on the shore obviously felt that this big cargo was exhausted. In this way, it's time to work on yourself. I pull. Shipping me. Naruto looked forward with excitement. Clatter. Immediately there were waves on the surface of the water. Between coughs. A big cargo landed. But when Naruto saw the big cargo caught by himself, the eyes of the whole person suddenly popped fiercely. What the fuck is this? Damn it, water ghost. Before Naruto saw Hyuga Neji's face clearly, he thought of something. Exclaimed. Are you, Naruto? Naruto. Put me down quickly. With his right foot entangled by the fishing line, Hyuga Neji was directly hung upside down in midair. After he saw clearly who fished him, the whole person suddenly felt bad. It's actually Naruto. What is this called? Hyuga Neji naturally also knows the existence of Uzumaki Naruto. Cockroach. Within the clan, a story about Naruto has been reported. That is, Naruto drank the head of the Hyuga family to the hospital. Although Hyuga Hiyashi is trying to hide this matter. But is there any wall in the world that does not leak? Neji. Naruto came to his senses. Looking at the water ghost in front of him, he immediately raised his eyebrows. She looks worse than Hyuga Neji. This made Hyuga Neji even more depressed. Why does it feel like he is more uncomfortable than me when I fall to myself? Why? It's not a big guy, and it's not a water ghost. It's you. Naruto let out a sigh. It's not a water ghost, you seem very dissatisfied. Hyuga Neji said with a dark face. Not dissatisfied. Naruto shook his head. Seeing this, Hyuga Neji calmed down a little. Then, Naruto continued, I'm quite dissatisfied. The veins on Hyuga Neji's forehead are bursting. If there is a disagreement, there will be a tendency to go berserk. And at this time, Tian Tian and Xiao Li also swam ashore from the stream. PFF'd ha 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 ha. Neji. I never thought that you would have today. Goose 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 tilde tilde. After seeing Hyuga Neji hanging upside down every day, suddenly burst into laughter. Even at the end of the laughter, it directly turned into a goose cry. Naruto on the side was stunned to see it turn out to be. Can anyone really make a goose calling laugh? Quick, stop laughing. Put me down. Naruto. Hyuga Neji is still floating in the sky at this moment. My head was about to explode. But Naruto below still has no intention of letting go. Damn Naruto. Hyuga Neji wanted to come down and beat Naruto right now. Naruto looked at Hyuga Neji on the fishing rod. Why? This guy is also a miserable person. Even, he hasn't lived to the end of the Fourth Ninja World War. Just hung up. No matter what. Let's see if I can reverse the tragedy that happened to Hyuga Neji if I get a chance. Damn. How can this fishing line be so strong? Hyuga Neji took out kunai and wanted to cut the fishing line. But after hacking a few times, I found it. The quality of this fishing line is not even weaker than the kunai in my hand. Of course. This is what our family built. You need at least 8 million taels of silver to buy it. See every day. He immediately stood up and patted his chest. Not to mention how proud I am. Ah. Hyuga Neji is going crazy. Today is definitely my unlucky day. And at this time, Might Guy also came after hearing the news. Saw Hyuga Neji hanging in the air. Might Guy was shocked immediately. Hiss. Neji. Is this some kind of terrifying practice method? Might Guy looked at Neji with a very excited face. In the eyes, there is the meaning of exploration. Air. Hyuga Neji closed his eyes and said exhaustedly. Destroy the world. Hurry up. I'm tired. Seeing this, Naruto coughed lightly. Then, put Hyuga Neji on the grass. Ah ha ha. So that's what happened. After Might Guy listened to Tiantian's narration, he suddenly laughed. It's not a big problem, it's not a big problem. That's what you say. This is also our fate. Right. Naruto. Might Guy came to Uzumaki Naruto and grinned. Exactly. 2 days ago. Third Hokage came to me. He said. If I meet you on the way of practice, I'll take you to practice together. At the moment, our team is practicing. Bring it on. Join our practice. Let's sweat and youth freely in the sun. Might Guy's whole body seemed to be on fire. Said with an incomparably passionate expression. Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he said earnestly. Teacher Guy. Although what you said is very exciting. Take a ga. Verbal wow. Might Guy's passion suddenly cooled down by half. Naruto. This can't work. Young people must sway their youthful sweat. This is what young people should do. Might Guy said very seriously. Aka has entrusted you to me. I must respond to aka well. Bring it on. Join the special training with us. Aka. Kakashi. Naruto took 2 steps back. No. I gotta go fishing. No time. Joke. I just practiced in the morning. It must be impossible to practice in the afternoon. To fish, you must seriously fish. What's the deal with cultivating while fishing? And at this time, Hyuga Neji had already pulled off the fishing line wrapped around his leg. Then, he came to Naruto angrily. Naruto. Looking at the furious Hyuga Neji, Naruto gave a dry laugh. Anyway, Hyuga Neji can also be regarded as his brother-in-law. Neji, good morning. Good morning. Hyuga Neji is about to blow up. Eyes want to breathe fire. Denuos, and this time, the Might Guy on one side suddenly got a plan. Hey. Naruto. I have a proposal. It can not only solve the conflicts between you, but also not delay your fishing. How about it? Might Guy stepped forward, looked at Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto in front of him, and smiled heartily. What proposal? Naruto asked. So, Naruto. You compete with Neji. If you win, we will all go fishing with you. If Neji wins, then you will join our practice today. How about it? Might Guy speaks out about his proposal. Both Hyuga Neji and Naruto thought about it. Finally, Naruto nodded, smiled and said, "Okay. Right now, fishing has your participation. I'm also a little more relaxed." Whoa. Have you already decided that you are the winner before the fight? What a breath. Hyuga Neji's eyes are full of fighting spirit. I accept the offer. Seeing this, Might Guy immediately burst out laughing. Okay. So. Next. Naruto vs Neji Fishing or Training Contest. Here we go. Chapter 64 8 Trigrams Gentle Fist Method vs Flowing Water Breaking Rock Fist. Seeking subscription. The middle and lower reaches of Nanhekwan. By the rushing river. In the sun. On the grass. Naruto and Hyuga Neji just stood there quietly. Call. Hyuga Neji took a deep breath. Next, I must teach this nasty Naruto a lesson. Naruto. Don't be so naive as to think that you are very close to Ms. Hinata recently. You can keep doing whatever you want. Next. Hyuga Neji's eyes flashed a strong light. I'll let you see the world clearly. Let you know. The gap between you and the Hyuga clan. As soon as this statement came out, the atmosphere in the whole venue suddenly became hot. What a strong smell of gunpowder. Tiantian said excitedly on the sidelines. It's been a long time since I've seen such an exciting scene. I just don't know who will be stronger or weaker in the future. Naruto and Neji. I know Hyuga Neji's strength every day. Strong. It can be said that at present, he is the strongest member of their third team. Certainly. At this time, Tiantian didn't know that Xiao Li still had the special skill of 8 inner gates hidden. If it is not counted as hanging. Hyuga Neji's combat power is indeed the strongest existence among their members. Is there a gap between me and the Hyuga clan? Naruto rubbed his chin, and there was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. I just got the flowing water breaking rock fist, and compared it with the gentle fist method of the Hyuga family. Who is stronger? Good. Hyuga Neji continued with a deadpan expression. Right now, you don't even know the difference between yourself and our Hyuga clan. By lending me down 073 this fight, I think you should feel something. After Hyuga Neji finished speaking, he stopped talking. Move your hands slowly. Gentle fist starting move is ready. All it takes is a command from the Might Guy. So, the battle will start immediately. Yes, ellipsis quote. But, Neji. Naruto smiled lightly, there is actually no difference between me and the Hyuga clan. B. Just like what you said before. The next battle. I'll let you know the gap between you and me. Hey. Naruto has decided. Just aimed at the expression that his brother-in-law just wanted to be beaten. Next by myself. Absolutely can't give him good fruit to eat. Ha. I already feel it. Your youthful fiery breath is coming. Well. Prepare. Competition is more about it. Good. Start. Might Guy roared excitedly. Xiao Li on the side also howled excitedly. Ah. Behind. Tian beside him was speechless. Can Xiao Li and Teacher Guy not even smell gunpowder? But. Her eyes were also full of strong curiosity. Is it Neji who is great, or Naruto who always feels so salty? If Naruto loses. 05. Then I'll go up and say good things, and see if I can get some good wine from Naruto's hands. Thinking back to the last time I drank Naruto's fine wine, CFEE. It's been almost half a month, okay. But I'm so hungry. Hyuga Neji after Might Guy finished speaking. The body is already standing in place, without any change. At this time in fact, he is also observing Naruto's hand movement. Just through the actions of the other party. Hyuga Neji can now judge the approximate strength of the opponent. After all, what he faced was Naruto. Ninetales Jinchuriki. Call. The corners of Naruto's mouth raised slightly. The opening gesture of flowing water breaking rock fist is raised immediately. Body slightly sideways. The two hands appeared in front of everyone in a way that no one present had ever seen before. What kind of hand gesture is this? Hyuga Neji's eyes were filled with astonishment. This feeling. The opponent will definitely use some kind of punch. But why have I never seen this kind of incomparably weird gesture? Moved. Naruto moved. So fast. In the sight of Hyuga Neji. Naruto's figure suddenly looked like a ghost, flickering left and right. Come with the wind. The moment he came to his senses. Naruto has already arrived in front of him. No more hesitation. Gentle fist method 8 trigrams 32 palms. Instantly cast the professional fist of the Hyuga clan. Incredibly fast. Tien, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, immediately stared. Did you try your best right from the start? That's what you say. Naruto is definitely going to lose. Tien didn't expect that Hyuga Neji would take it so seriously as soon as he came up. This set of boxing is down. But few people can resist it. No. The might guy on the side showed a pensive look. Stare at Hyuga Neji and Naruto in the field. There was a look of surprise in his eyes. Something's wrong. But it's okay. Neji's attack. It's all gone. The astonishment on Might Guy's face kept rising. Fist of the Hyuga family. He naturally has a certain degree of understanding. In the state that was just so close. Few can dodge all of Hyuga Neji's palm attacks with such ease. And in the battle just now, Naruto's figure is like a ghost. Wrong. It's not a ghost. Might Guy thought about it. It is impossible for ghosts to dodge so quickly. What kind of terrifying movement is this? Naruto-kun is so strong. After Xiao Li saw this scene, eyes widened in shock. He knows Hyuga Neji's strength. Unexpectedly. Being able to fight back and forth with Hyuga Neji at such a close distance. And no matter how you look at it, you can feel that Neji's face has become serious. Is Naruto-kun so strong? Really? What Mr. Guy said is the most correct. Whenever. Don't underestimate your opponent. This is what Mr. Guy often teaches himself and others. On the grass. Howling. But Hyuga Neji's complexion gradually turned ugly. What the hell is going on with this Naruto? Why every time my palm is going to hit him? Can he dodge it weirdly? And can you take advantage of the trend and fight back against yourself? What kind of terrifying body and palm technique is this? After seeing that the 32 chapters of my 8 trigrams were fruitless, Hyuga Neji suddenly jumped. Get some distance with Naruto. Since melee attacks can't work. So, come and try this. Blind eyes. The veins around Hyuga Neji's temples burst out suddenly. The white eyes have been cast. Purpose. Just to see Naruto's attack trajectory clearly. The white eyes are all used. Oh my god. Naruto is amazing. Tien exclaimed. To know. Even in the competition between Xiao Li and Hyuga Neji. It is rare to see Neji roll his eyes. It will only be turned on when he competes with Mr. Guy. And right now. The fight against Naruto actually started. And. Or did it take less than 30 seconds to start? 8 trigrams hyphenation point empty palm. Hyuga Neji took a chance. The eyes locked onto Naruto's body directly. Then. Chakra in the right hand explodes directly. Because from more than a month ago, Hyuga Hiyashi suddenly lifted all the restrictions on boxing practice in the family. As long as it is a member of the Hyuga family, all can unconditionally practice the boxing techniques of all sects. In the words of Hyuga Hiyashi, that is Zongjia branch house not branch house. So, Hyuga Neji also learned many new moves from it. The chakra group exploded immediately. Go straight for Uzumaki Naruto. This if hit. The battle is basically over. Your weird body skills may be able to avoid my fist. But it depends on how you avoid this kind of empty palm. And right now. Just when the ball of chakra was about to hit Naruto's body. Very strange scene. It's on again. All he saw was Naruto's body, suddenly turned sideways strangely. Sideways without warning. It turns out. Dodged Hyuga Neji's 8 trigrams air palm with ease. Not only that. The steps under Naruto's feet are still extremely messy and weird. In a flash. Awesome. It has arrived in front of Hyuga Neji. Not good. Hyuga Neji's pupils shrank suddenly. However. I only saw Naruto in front of me, with no expression on his face. But. The right fist has come straight to his face. I flow. A right hook. Slamming towards Hyuga Neji's face. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hyuga Neji's complexion suddenly became shocked. If this hits. I will definitely lose my combat power. How could I lose here? I haven't overturned my destiny yet. I can't lose. I can't lose either. Strong spiritual will. Let Hyuga Neji display the moves that he has comprehended with his talent in an instant. 8 trigrams hyphenation point revolving heaven. Quote exclamation mark 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 quote. The crazy collision of fist style and revolving heaven. Immediately set off a gust of wind. All the surrounding trees and bushes made a rustling sound. Wonderful. An unprecedented matchup. Might Guy suddenly clapped his hands. Understood. I understand. That weird movement. Chapter 65 Might Guy, he realized the moves through the changes in the current when fishing. Seeking subscription. Collision of revolving heaven and my flow. At the moment. It's going on intensely. Finally. Naruto and Hyuga Neji retreated separately. Only then did this powerful counter-shock force be resolved. Naruto grinned. There was also a hint of belligerence in his heart. If the fist of flowing water and rock breaking is just a simple duel. It's really not sure what benefits can be gained in the hands of Hyuga Neji. But. Right now because of the blessing of my own chakra. Coupled with their own Uzumaki constitution. Cooperate with your powerful chakra sensibility. The power exerted. It will only get better. Not far away. Hyuga Neji stepped back a few steps, and finally stopped his own figure. Same time. Those white eyes were full of intense shock and thought. Naruto's strength. So strong. Really strong. How could he be so strong? And. If I hadn't forcibly cast 8 trigrams revolving heaven at the last moment just now. So. I am now defeated. I already paid enough attention to myself. But. Are you still underestimating the enemy in your heart? Is it because of your own state of mind? Just because the information disclosed by the other party is all salted fish, skipping classes, and hanging around. So. You say you will take it seriously, but in reality you still underestimate the enemy. Hyuga Neji's fighting talent is strong. After this brief collision just now. He has quickly adjusted his mentality. Next, I will no longer have any mentality of underestimating the enemy. Hyuga Neji's gentle fist opening move is ready again. In the eyes. Full of firm belief. Neji. Might Guy on the side also felt the change in Neji's mentality. Excitement also appeared on his face. Never imagined. Hyuga Neji's haughty character. Unexpectedly, slight changes have taken place in Naruto's body. Teacher Guy. Do you understand what you just said? Could it be? Have you noticed Naruto-kun's weird posture? Xiao Li next to Might Guy is asking for advice seriously. After all. The incomparably weird agility that Naruto showed just now. Even Xiao Li. He can't even guarantee that he can avoid them all like Hyuga Neji did. I've already figured it out. But, quote. I'm not sure yet. Might Guy nodded calmly. Look again. Field. On the green grass. Hyuga Neji said with a sullen face, I admit it. The previous me underestimated the enemy. Naruto. You are very powerful. Eligible to be my opponent. Next. I'm not going to have any mentality to let go. Naruto raised an eyebrow. This product. Really can't speak. 2 nice words can kill you, right? With such a beating look. Originally, I planned to just teach him a casual lesson. In this way. I have to let him know the lesson well. Naruto moved his wrist slightly. Grin. In that case. Then I won't turn on the water. Naruto raised his right hand. Extended 5 fingers. What's the meaning? Hyuga Neji's face darkened. He doesn't let water anymore. Is it possible? The terrifying combat power just now. Is it still his performance after releasing the water? 5 numbers. Within 5 numbers. You. Definitely lost. Otherwise, even if I lose. Naruto bared his teeth and gave a big smile. You. Hyuga Neji suddenly became angry. Then. Speeding towards Naruto. Next. I must let Naruto see my strength clearly. Originally this trick. I kept it on the Chunin exam. Now words. No. You must be defeated. Seeing this, Naruto closes his eyes. With both hands, he made a fist of flowing water and broken rock. The two fought together again. You are already in my hexagram. The next you. Impossible to win. Hyuga Neji saw that Naruto has stepped into his 8 trigrams boxing hexagram. Subsequently. Laugh coldly. Then how can you guarantee it? Aren't you within my fist? Naruto also responded with a faint smile. Hyuga Neji's pupils shrank. Stop talking nonsense. The incomparably fierce moves were immediately unleashed. 8 trigrams 64 palms. This is a more swift and violent move than 32 palms. It was originally intended to be reserved for the Chunin exam. But. Now it has to be exposed in advance. The incomparably fierce palm wind is constantly hitting Naruto. Really. It is faster and stronger than the 32 palms just now. But mere. K. Only see. Naruto's figure suddenly became like the waves of a river. Unpredictable. Very weird. Every time. Just when Hyuga Neji's punch was about to hit Naruto's body. Naruto can use a state that seems to have a prejudgment. Easily diffuse the opponent's attack. Not only that. You can also find the optimal attack route. Fight back. This kind of agility. Unheard, unseen. Might Guy on the side suddenly clapped his hands. Snapped. It shocked Xiao Li and Tien Tien who were on the side. Really? You can't go wrong. This kind of movement. It's the waves. It's a river. K. Might Guy said in shock. Ah. Both Tien Tien and Xiao Li froze in place. They haven't understood what Might Guy said. Look. Might Guy pointed at Naruto and Neji excitedly. Every attack by Neji. They were all avoided by Naruto just right. But. Why? Why can I dodge so accurately every time? Why? Tien Tien blinked curiously. Because, Naruto is water now. It's the river, Might Guy said solemnly. His attack trajectory is the current in the river. Neji during the fight with Naruto, after punching. Naruto's body seemed to just duck out of the way. Ask for flowers. But actually. Naruto passed through the water, and was pushed away by Neji. In this way. Unless Neji can burst out extremely strong external force in an instant. Otherwise, it will never be possible to hit Naruto's body. Because. Ellipsis quote. Neji is not fighting Naruto, he is fighting himself. Might Guy analyzed calmly. And. The analysis is logical and well-founded. And in fact, it is true. This is also the essence of flowing water breaking rock fist. Naruto in the battle after hearing Might Guy's analysis. I was also slightly surprised. Might Guy deserves to be a Might Guy. In other respects, the head may not be enough. But in terms of combat, it is extremely useful. In such a short period of time, he has already analyzed the mystery of his boxing technique. It turned out to be like this. Hyuga Neji, after hearing Might Guy's analysis, the whole person was also dumbfounded. This was the first time he had heard of this weird boxing technique. At the moment, his 8 trigrams 64 palms are almost exhausted. 0. If you can't attack Naruto, then I am really at a loss what to do. There is definitely no problem with his own attack power. But I just can't touch Naruto's body. Stronger attack power. If you can't touch your opponent, isn't the result still the same? Wow. Does little Naruto have such terrifying punches? It's amazing. Exclaiming from the sidelines every day. She never imagined. Naruto, who only fishes and is lazy every day, can be so powerful. This makes Tien's heart. He looked at Naruto with admiration. It's really amazing. The Might Guy on the side glanced at the fishing rod that Naruto put there by the river. Then, the pupils shrank violently. Hiss. This attack method. Could it be that Naruto figured it out by fishing and observing the river? After all, in the whole Konoha, and even in the whole ninja world, I have never heard of similar body and boxing techniques. Might Guy's voice was also full of shock. Create a boxing method that is not weaker than that of the Hyuga clan. How much talent does this require? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Hearing the words with Shao Li every day, the pupils are shocked. Originally, they were still wondering, where did Naruto learn such terrifying body and boxing techniques? Now it seems like it's exactly as Might Guy said. He figured it out by himself. Naruto in the battle couldn't help but feel pain when he heard this. Can this all be linked together? As expected of you. But at the moment, it's time to end the fight. Brother-in-law, I hit. Boom. Naruto punches. Strange stabs in front of Hyuga Neji's eyes. Punch. No more bells and whistles like before. Hit Neji hard in the stomach. Puff. Boom. Hyuga Neji's whole body flew upside down and got out of the doctor. It slammed heavily on the trunk of a thick uncle tree. In an instant, the leaves kept shaking and fluttering in the autumn wind. I lost. Chapter 66 Cunning Tiantian. Naruto, I don't know who will be cheaper in the future, please subscribe. Shushusha. The big tree behind Hyuga Neji. The fallen leaves on the branches kept falling. And at this time, Hyuga Neji just sat on the ground blankly. His eyes were full of astonishment. You actually lost. I defeated. And the defeat has to be so thorough. Hyuga Neji raised his head slowly. Eyes locked on Naruto in the distance. FTE. From the very beginning, you can easily stab in front of yourself. And settle the fight with one punch. So to speak. Before him. Are they actually dodging all the time? Didn't you show your full strength at all? Thought of here. Hyuga Neji's complexion also became more and more ugly. I lost. And the defeat is complete and complete. There is no ability to resist at all. If Naruto wants to, he can be in the first few seconds of the battle. You can completely catch yourself off guard. Then crush yourself. Naruto, is he so strong? Really? Ellipsis 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 quote. Just as I thought. The Might Guy on the side saw Naruto end the fight. The thoughtful expression on the face of 310 also slowly faded away. If it's really this kind of play that relies on changes in water flow, Naruto can unleash attacks like raging waves in an instant. So, this battle, from the beginning, Neji's failure is already doomed. Might Guy took a deep breath at this point. Then, with a leap, came to Hyuga Neji's side. Bow your head. Looking at Neji, who was still in deep thought. He didn't say much. Because Might Guy knew that it was absolutely impossible for his disciple to be defeated by such a thing. Really? As Might Guy said. Hyuga Neji, who was sitting on the ground, stood up. Wiped the dust off his body. Then, he said in a low voice, "Teacher Guy. I lost." Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Might Guy burst out laughing. "I told you already. Never underestimate your opponent at any time. Hey hey hey. Fair enough. Let you suffer. In the future, I believe you will work harder. Because from now on, you also have a goal to catch up with." In Might Guy's voice, there was a hint of sorrow. "Think back to the beginning. When I was studying at the ninja school. It is also to desperately catch up with Kakashi's pace. If it wasn't for Kakashi, perhaps I won't be as strong as I am now." And his disciples. Hyuga Neji. He used to exist like Uchiha Sasuke in the ninja school. Very strong. It is also the strongest existence in the same session. That is why he has no goal of his own to pursue. It's just a penance. But this method of improving strength is the slowest one. Just like Xiao Li. Right now Xiao Li is working hard to surpass Neji. His strength increases speed. Both faster than Hyuga Neji. Only when there is a goal to pursue, will there be motivation to become stronger. Seeing Hyuga Neji's dark face, Might Guy suddenly smiled with relief. Okay. Since the competition just now was defeated. So, in the next game, naturally we can't lose. Hyuga Neji has a confused look in his eyes. The next match. What match? Haven't you already lost? Hey. Might Guy put his arms around Hyuga Neji's shoulder directly. Of course it's an exciting fishing competition. Fishing. Hyuga Neji remembered now. Seemingly. They had agreed to play against Naruto before. If you win, just let Naruto join them in their practice today. If you lose, then join Naruto for fishing today. Not long. Naruto has several fishing rods ready. Looking at Hyuga Neji, who came to his side with a disheveled face. Suddenly hey smile. "Nah. This fishing rod is for you." Seeing Naruto hand over a fishing rod to Red, Hyuga Neji froze for a moment. It was obvious that his attitude towards him was so bad before. "Why he? Hurry up. Why are you standing still?" Naruto urged, tilting his head. Hyuga Neji quickly took the fishing rod from Naruto. After that, he was still a little dazed. Why did he? Don't you reject me? I don't understand. Hyuga Neji came to the side with a fishing rod. Ha ha ha. Come on. The tense and exciting fishing competition is about to begin. Might Guy can't wait now. And at this time, Tiantian sneaked to Naruto's side. Leak. Little Naruto. Have you missed your sister recently? Every day, he looked like a little adult and smiled. It looks a little silly. But very cute. Naruto tilted his head, looking at Tian who was sitting next to him with a malicious expression on his face. Then, he said very seriously, "No. Humph. You little boys. Always be so duplicity." Tian hummed twice. Then he nudged Naruto lightly with his elbow. Nah. Naruto. I want to eat your grilled fish tonight tilde. Talking every day, my saliva is about to flow out. After all, the grilled fish made by Naruto is really delicious. ... Quote. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Has it finally been revealed? Is it okay? Woo. I haven't eaten your grilled fish for a long time. It's killing me. Said pretending to cry every day. The voice even choked up a little. Stop. I'm afraid of you. Naruto stared. Crying, making trouble, and hanging yourself. Good guy. This is indeed a common method for women. Too insidious. I'll just do it tonight. Naruto said helplessly. Actually, even if I don't say it every day, I still plan to do so. After all, if so many people are involved in fishing, if you don't eat so many fish you catch, it will be wasted. Sure to do it. Don't cheat and don't do it. Tiantian still said a little uneasy. It will definitely be done. On this point, you can rest assured. Naruto was speechless. Is he the kind of person who doesn't believe what he says? Hey. That puts my mind at ease. Then, at night, Tiantian's eyeballs rolled up. Then, whispered in Naruto's ear. Is there any wine tonight? It's just, you know, the kind you gave me last time. With a pretty face blushing every day, she spoke out her ultimate goal. Seeing the poor dagger, it belongs to Yes. Yes. But it's not good. If your teacher Guy finds out. I heard about Mr. Guy's state after drinking from Brother Kazi. That's the existence that 10 cows can't move. Naruto scratched his head. There's nothing wrong with having a drink. But in case crazy Guy finds out. If he plays drunk crazy. Good guy. No one present can stop him. Not even yourself. Then you fill my kettle with wine. It can't be done. Every day, in order to drink the wine like last time again. Started to think of various ways. It's not impossible. But the fishing rod in my hand wants to be upgraded. Tian snorted softly, finally gritted his silver teeth and said. All right. Isn't it just to help you upgrade the strength and toughness of the fishing rod? This matter. Leave it to Miss Ben. Is it okay now? Pouting his lips every day, he stared at Naruto in front of him, as if he would go crazy if he disagreed. Hey, it's a deal. Naruto smiled. I will not do things for nothing that are not good for me. Thinking of being able to drink as good wine as 0.8 last time. Tian's face was immediately filled with a happy smile. Naruto is also looking sideways at Tian around him. Really a very cute girl. Standard national style dress. The meatball hairstyle also highlights the cuteness of Tian. Really are. Every part of her body is highlighting her cuteness. I don't know who will be cheaper in the future. So why not cheap me? Naruto raised his eyebrows, a bold idea that he didn't know whether to say or not. At this time, Tian lay directly next to Naruto. The legs shook slightly. Indescribably relaxed and comfortable. At the same time, crystal clear saliva overflowed from the corner of Tian's mouth. Well. Wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth every day. From time to time he smiled. That is the desire for fine wine. The thought of drinking that fine wine at night. Every day the whole person is in a happy mood. Naruto glanced at Tian who was lying flat. Whoa. Naruto's eyes popped. My previous self actually underestimated you. Nice size. Shaking his head, Naruto started to throw the bait, cast the rod, and go fishing. Fishing is king. Chapter 67 Sixth System. Is it okay to catch someone? Seeking subscription. Clatter. A big red carp took the bait again. Wow. Crack. Tenten next to Naruto is clapping his hands. There was a constant crackling sound. So amazing. It's only been here for less than an hour. Naruto. You've already caught more than 20 fish. Well. Based on this calculation, one can be caught in an average of 3 minutes. So amazing. Stars are popping up in my eyes every day. Although she is Naruto's fishing rod equipment supplier. But it is also the first time for her to see Naruto fishing. That's why I'm so excited. While at the same time, Might Guy only caught a dozen or so. And they are not big. Xiao Li was stunned that he didn't catch one. The whole person squatted by the river, depressed alone. Hyuga Neji caught 5 or 6. They are all in good shape. But compared to Naruto's, still too small. Not as big as Naruto at all. Hyuga Neji looked at the river fish in the small tank behind him. Helpless sigh. Have to. Never fought. It is absolutely impossible to win the fishing now. Clatter. Whoa whoa. Another one comes up. At this time, Tian was almost drooling. These catches aren't just fish. It's the appetizer for tonight. Excited just thinking about it. Ding. Wanji fishing completed. 25. Congratulations to host for obtaining One Punch World Hungry Wolf Skill Whirlwind Iron Fist Grandmaster Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction to Whirlwind Iron Fist. The extremely fast attack speed makes the opponent unable to react at all. And because of its extremely fast speed and strong power, it can release a powerful fist wind from the air. Shattered to pieces. Naruto's pupils shrank slightly. This is a good thing. I used the flowing water breaking rock fist from fishing before, and now I gave myself a whirlwind iron slashing fist. Good. He just didn't know if he would fish for himself the fist of the bald devil. Saitama's fist is the most fragrant. Clatter. Soon. Another big red carp landed. Ding. Wanji fishing successfully. Open Black Lens Bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining One Punch Man Hungry Wolf Skill Grandmaster, Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction to Gritting Dragon Killing Fist. The left hand uses the flowing water breaking rock fist, which focuses on long-lasting defensive power, and the right hand uses the whirlwind iron slash fist, which attacks with lightning speed. The two fists are integrated. It is necessary for offense and defense. No matter how strong the enemy is, the solid defense, how fast the speed, will no longer exist under this move. Close Black Lens Bracket. Naruto feels the fusion of skills. A big smile on your face. Nice. I have already mastered the 3 skills of Hungry Wolf. Naruto looked at the river in front of him with a smile. The life of fishing is so easy and comfortable. Become stronger. It's only between the size of the fish. Clatter. A gold super big carp hooked. Naruto palm power. Fish it directly up. Gold carp. It seems that I'm feeling lucky. Gold legendary. Ding. Wanji fishing successfully. Open Black Lens Bracket. Congratulations to host for obtaining One Punch World Hungry Wolf Skills Katakana Middle Dot Breathing Technique Grandmaster One Punch World Hungry Wolf Skills Monster Killing Fist, Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction to Breathing Method. After use, it can quickly improve the physical fitness. The power will be multiplied and expanded exponentially. Moreover, it can make up for all the defects in the body, allowing the user to fully use the power. Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction to the Monster Killing Fist. It will have the destructive power to crush meteorites when it is cultivated to great success. Moreover, the speed is extremely fast. It can release the ultimate fist at 360 degrees without dead ends in an instant. Close Black Lens Bracket. Naruto was dumbfounded. My Nima. Catch all the hungry wolves and squeeze them alone, right? Sometimes this old 6 system is really 666. The hungry wolves are going to be bald by you. Can't you change someone else? Such as Saitama. Etc. He seems to be bald. Hiss. Hairless to squeeze. After combining all skills, Naruto also roughly sensed it. If the power of flowing water breaking rock fist is fully utilized, it is estimated that the power is at least above B level. The appearance of A level power. And if the power of whirlwind iron slash fist is fully utilized, it is at least the power of A level ninjutsu. Gritting dragon killing fist. After the fusion of the 2 boxing techniques, both attack speed and strength have been upgraded to ultimate. Shot must be the pinnacle power of A level ninjutsu. If you practice it to dacheng yourself, that power will be doubled. At least the power of S rank ninjutsu. As for the monster killing fist, the starting hand is S rank. If it is successful, it can easily defeat the meteorite group. At the moment, all I got are Grandmaster's skills. Above the Grandmaster, there is no success. Dacheng, that is the ability to truly display the full power of skills. Certainly. Even if there is only Grandmaster status right now, Coupled with the powerful physical blessing of chakra and himself, it is definitely not weak. And the breathing method of fishing. Naruto has roughly felt it. Be regarded as the former 5th gate status of 8 inner gates. Up to the state of 6th gate. Going up further, it is estimated that it will not work. After all, 8 inner gates is Krypton life. The breathing method I have obtained is just a skill. After using it at most, you will feel tired. And the more 8 inner gates are opened, the more lives will be lost. Especially the last one. Dead door. When the blue steam all over the body turns red. That's the look of blood burning. That is directly transforming all of one's vitality into the purest power. After Naruto calculated in his own mind. Finally found out. After this round, I have acquired a few ninjutsu skills that are not weaker than S level and A level. Earned it. Still, next to the fishing. Naruto's face is black. Ding. Wanji fishing successfully. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting broken plastic bottle X1 close black lens bracket. Ding. Wanji fishing successfully. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting ripped hole black stockings X1 close black lens bracket close black lens bracket. Ding. Wanji fishing successfully. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to host for getting high quality small umbrella X1 box close black lens bracket. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. Just get yourself a box. Naruto raised an eyebrow. The entire afternoon. Little to no good stuff. In addition to the previously acquired skills. At most, some snow beer. And those beers are all stored in his system backpack now. As long as you want. A thought can be easily taken out. Finally, there is some comfort. Dusk is approaching. Sunset has already appeared in the sky. Just now. The sun has not yet set in the mountains. Above the sky is a warm blue. Intertwining and meeting wisps of Luyun continuously. Floating above the sky like fish scales. Finish. Naruto stood up and stretched his body. Fished all afternoon. Also a little tired. Hey hey. Just at this time. Tiantian's voice sounded behind Naruto. And Naruto was also startled. Because Tian was beating herself on the shoulder with her limp fist. Then you have a good rest. I asked Mr. Guy to prepare firewood kitchen utensils. Tian laughed strangely. The other side. As early as 10 minutes ago. Might Guy, Hyuga Neji, and Xiao Li have already lost. Or rather, ellipsis 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 dot. Half an hour after the fishing game in the afternoon. A few of them lost. Because the sum of the fish caught by the 3 of them. Not as much as half of what Naruto caught. How can this compare? This is more than a fart. But while fishing, Tiantian also came over to discuss with Might Guy and others. They're getting ready for dinner this evening. For the rest, all will be handed over to Naruto. Everyone has no objection. Especially Hyuga Neji. During this time. 293 he can often hear the head of the Hyuga clan and Miss Hinata praising Naruto's cooking skills. At the moment. Have the opportunity to taste it for yourself. Naturally, this opportunity cannot be missed. And at this time. Every day a look projected over. Hyuga Neji and the others immediately understood. Then, quickly start to act. All they want is to move fast. Don't give Naruto a chance to react. We have prepared everything for you, so you won't regret it now, right? Might Guy with Hyuga Neji and Lee. Those who chop firewood chop wood, those who support the stove, and those who fetch water fetch water. For a while. What a joy to be busy. Here. Naruto enjoyed the daily massage for a while. The method is very rusty. Obviously. It was also a temporary surprise study. But it can be regarded as alleviating the fatigue on Naruto. When Naruto saw Might Guy, the pot was already on fire. If I don't show my hand now, it's really unreasonable. Naruto walked over with a smile on his face. Tonight, let you try our craft. So, I plan to prepare 3 hard dishes. When everyone heard the words, they immediately exclaimed. 3 things. Naruto nodded and smiled, not bad. It's just 3 hard dishes. And the dishes are definitely hard enough. It will definitely make you want to stop. The first hard dish. Spicy stone pot fish. The second hard dish. Chopped pepper fish head. The third hard dish. Slate grilled fish. Just heard the names of these dishes. Tien beside Naruto has already left crystal clear saliva. And Might Guy and others are all looking forward to it. Even Hyuga Neji's coldness is not weaker than that of the previous 2 pillars. There is also a glint of anticipation in the eyes. Naruto rolls up his sleeves, boo. Let's have a blast. Chapter 68. If you drink too much and pass out, I will be the troublemaker. Get it quickly. Seeking subscription. Spicy stone pot fish. Slate grilled fish. Chopped pepper fish head. In the chiseled stone pot, in the boiling soup water, a super fat fishes, chug chug chug, with a delicious aroma. This smell. Simply amazing. Beside the stone pot fish. On a smooth stone slab. More than a dozen grilled fish are sizzling with spicy oil. This smell. It is not weaker than the stone pot fish on the side. Slate grilled fish. This is also Naruto's specialty. Then, served with our own secret chili sauce. That smell. Directly to the Might Guy around me, everyone's eyes are straightened. The sound of sucking is endless. Ah. It's so fragrant. It goes on like this, for us. It's too painful. Might Guy swallowed hard his saliva. The dry throat was already almost unbearable. Such deliciousness. Still can't eat it. Naruto saw Tien and others staring at him eagerly. He smiled lightly. No way. Wait a little longer. Now the fish meat is not completely stewed. To achieve the state of being crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Iga. Naruto reckoned and calculated the time. It will take about 3 minutes. Ah. Tien heard the words. His eyes suddenly became dull. Pouting his lips, he muttered. It's been so long. I still need to wait for 3 minutes. Call. I'm so hungry. Drooping head every day. This moment. She feels that time flies really slowly. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Naruto saw Tien's appearance. Immediately said with a smile on his face. He did it on purpose. This nasty little Naruto. Later. Sister wants you to look good. Tien gave Naruto a fierce look. Immediately. Rubbed his belly. I could feel the gurgling sound in my stomach. The momentum on his body languished again. For 3 minutes. In such a state of torment. Slowly passing by. Finally. Naruto waved his right hand and said. Okay. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Might Guy and the others were immediately refreshed. Ha 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 ha. Finally ready to eat. I'm starving to death. Then. One bite after another, the journey of feasting begins. After Hyuga Neji ate this delicacy. Those white eyes stared straight at the boss. Is this a meal that humans can make? This is simply made by gods, isn't it? World. Is it really possible to eat this delicious meal? Tasty. Too delicious. Although. Hyuga Neji didn't say a word of praise. But. Judging by his shocked and flushed face. Is enough to know. Naruto's special dish has completely conquered Hyuga Neji's stomach. Ah woo. Ah woo. Delicious. Every day, I picked up a piece of grilled fish and immediately sent it to my mouth. Even if it is hot to eat. He also refuses to slow down his eating speed. The same is true for Xiao Li on the side. Seeing Naruto. Nods slightly. Good. It seems that. My latest secret sauce is a success. Actually. Naruto is also constantly improving its seasoning. Because he knows. The best dish is always the next dish. That is the ultimate pursuit. I ate half of it. Tiantian gently tugged at the corner of Naruto's clothes. She winked at him. Naruto also understood. What else? That is naturally the fine wine that she misses every day. Naruto stood up. Said, I'll get some water. I can't take it all by myself. Come and help me. Every day. Okay. Tian immediately stood up and smiled. Eye movement. There was a bright look. Might Guy and others are busy eating grilled fish. Seeing Naruto. Then he left here with Tiantian. Along the river of Nanhekwan. Walked in the downstream direction. Just follow behind Naruto every day like this. Looking at Naruto who is about to surpass him in size. Immediately surprised. Little Naruto tilde. Your body is growing fast. I'm almost catching up with my sister. Tian smiled and said. Naruto rolled his eyes. Oh my god. Always look like a big kid. Obviously a year older than yourself, okay. Tian calls herself her sister. Naruto is helpless. Subsequently. The eyeballs rolled. Naruto turned his head sideways and directly opened his hands. Naruto, what are you doing? Tiantian doesn't understand Naruto's actions. Didn't you say it was my sister? Sister Tiantian, I want to hug you. Naruto grinned. What is skin? Can I eat it? Humph. Hearing the words every day, he hummed twice. This little Naruto. Sometimes it's really bad. Sister hug. I want a hug. Naruto smiled. See how easy it is for me to handle you a little every day. Although, Naruto knows that he will laugh at himself every day. But. If you really want to touch on this kind of thing. Tianhu is afraid that she will be more shy than other girls. Hold and hug. Looking at Naruto's provocative eyes. Every day, I was so angry that my teeth itched. Then, take a break. I took it directly. A big hug. Even Naruto can't fix it. After half a minute. Naruto was released every day. Only seen in the moonlight. Tian's blushing face was full of complacency. Hum. Little Naruto. Call my sister. My sister has already hugged you. Want to hold me? Impossible. I work every day so that no one can pinch me. Naruto touched his nose. Seriously replied. That can't be done. Just a hug makes me want to call you sister. That's not enough. I want to kiss, hug and hold high. Naruto. Before Naruto finished speaking, Tiantian suddenly let out an angry roar. Take advantage of it and sell it well, right? Damn Naruto. Damn. Stamping my feet angrily every day. I can't wait to chop a big hole in the ground. Leak. Naruto held his head in his hands and continued to walk down. How about me? That is impossible. Maybe there will be a chance in the future to pick me up. But now. Or honestly let me handle it. Soon. Naruto came to one of the entrances of his many underground wine cellars. The entrance to the wine cellar is very hidden. And. This is what Naruto created underground when he was a child. Ordinary people really might not be able to discover such a secret place. There was a crunch. Naruto pressed the mechanism on the side. A rock was removed. Suddenly. The ground shook slightly. Then, a cellar plank emerges from beneath the dust. Eventually, the entrance to the cellar was revealed. Tian was surprised when he saw this scene. Hastily walked to the front of Naruto. He bent down and opened the wooden door of the cellar first. Then, continue to lower your waist. Want to peek inside the underground wine cellar? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Looking at the sky in front of me. This day. Can't you restrain yourself a little bit, or pay attention to your posture? Really are. Thanks to being with me. If you are with someone else. Not sure what will happen. Why? Naruto couldn't help sighing, looking up at the starry sky at 45 degrees. No matter what. Who made me a gentleman? Entered the wine cellar. There are densely packed jars here. Not to mention thousands of altars. But hundreds of jars are more than enough. Nah. This jar is for you. Naruto took out a wine with a low alcohol content. But even so, the degree of this altar of sake. It also far exceeds the most concentrated wine in the world. No way. It's that unique. I want this. Tien stretched out her finger and tapped lightly on the side shelf. The wine that I have filled in the jar of gold, is it? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Naruto frowned wildly. Good guy. As soon as it came up, I directly chose the strongest alcohol in my entire wine cellar, right? This altar. You're not used to drinking. I see your small body. Most. Ellipsis 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 quote. Looks like 3 small cups. It won't work. Naruto looked Tien's body up and down very seriously. In the end, he made an estimate and said. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. 3 small cups won't work. I do not believe. Immediately stare at my big eyes every day. Face full of disbelief. What kind of strong wine is it that I can't even stand 3 small cups? And what was Naruto's look like just now? Challenge me. Hum hum. I accept your provocation. Naruto grinned. No. If you drink too much and pass out, it's me who is in trouble. Naruto refused directly and righteously. Tien hugged the gold wine jar with both hands, and then took 2 steps back. Naruto raised an eyebrow. No way. You really can't handle it with your small body. No no no. Hurry up and get it. Daba daba daba. Chapter 69. It only takes 10 minutes to go from a flamboyant Tiantian to an unconscious Tiantian. Seeking subscription. Bring it to you. Daba daba yo tilde daba daba tilde tilde. Naruto frowned wildly. Good guy. Every day this girl won't let go right away, right? It's not that I don't want to part with Jintan wine. The essential. The degree of this thing is the best here. Even if it is yourself. At most, a few drinks a week. With such a terrifying physique, I would feel dizzy after drinking it. Not to mention Tien's small physique. Drunk. By the time. I'm still going to wipe my ass. Wipe. What can I do? Hurry up. Tian, be obedient. Naruto found that. I shouldn't have brought Tien with me. She also looks like a good girl. But as soon as you enter the wine cellar, you immediately reveal your true colors, right? Hey. I won't. Holding the golden altar wine every day, making faces at Naruto. The more you won't let me drink. Then I just want to drink it. This altar of gold wine is definitely a good product. Not only do you want to drink it yourself. And still have to drink enough. Naruto saw himself saying that it was useless. Now that words are useless. Then grab it directly. Naruto could only choose to do it helplessly. Quote. What do you want? Tian also discovered Naruto's attempt. But the entrance is behind Naruto. As a last resort every day. He could only hold the golden altar wine in his arms. Slowly retreated towards the depths of the wine cellar. It's too soft. Then I can only be tough. Naruto said seriously. No, 500. Holding the golden altar wine in his arms tightly every day. Back step by step. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. I don't know how many steps have passed. Boom, sound. Tien's back was already touching the wall. Wall dong. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Bring it. Otherwise. I'll do it. Tian pursed his lips, and then rolled his small eyes. Hum twice. Snort. Little Naruto. Don't you forget. You still owe our family a lot of money. These years. I haven't seen any of the money you paid for the fishing rod. Threaten. Definitely a threat. Naruto stares. Good guy. This trick has been used, right? Seeing this every day, I immediately knew there was something to be done, and smiled. Continued. So. Little Naruto. You can figure it out. It's okay if I don't drink. Tien said, shaking his head. But. Tomorrow I will go to you every day, and I will press you for debts every day. Eat. Every day she comes to urge me to ask for money. A bit convoluted. B. Naruto, for a while, there is really no way. No way. Compromise. Also good. Let the chick know the power of my golden altar wine. Just this once. Let's see if she dares to order such a strong wine next time. I'm afraid of you. Naruto compromised. 10 minutes later. The two left the wine cellar. Every day he looked at the kettle in his arms happily. Here. But a jug full of Jintan wine. Just the moment the golden altar wine was opened. Every day has fallen. 20 minutes later. Naruto took Shimizu back to the Might Guy battle calendar. It's not that he doesn't want to share the wine. If Brother Kazi is here. That's okay. At least. He can stop the drunk crazy guy. It's not a big problem to subdue Xiao Li by himself. But right now. There is only one person here. And have to deal with the day after drinking right away. Every day this little girl. Naruto felt a headache. Who asked others to make it, whether it is a weapon or a fishing rod? Is that the whole Konoha, and even the whole kingdom of fire? Take people with short hands and eat people with soft mouths. The eternal law. Why have you been gone for so long? Might Guy, who was eating grilled fish, raised his head and asked casually. Tien coughed lightly. Nothing. Naruto smiled. Give everyone the water. 20 minutes later. Ah. Too full. So full. Might Guy wiped his mouth, then patted his stomach. Well. Looked up. Looking at the stars. Subsequently. Suddenly he stood up and said loudly. The weather is perfect. Neji. Xiao Li. Sky. Bring it on. Under this wonderful starry sky. Let me start tonight's practice. When Might Guy's words just fell. Xiao Li beside him immediately stood up. He said with high spirits, yeah. Okay. Guy-sensei. And at this time. Hyuga Neji stood up, frowned and said. I'm tired today. Withdrawn. After speaking. Straight out of here. Without the slightest hesitation. Joke. It's fine if you don't sleep at night. Still want to practice. Slip away. Neji. Hey, Neji. Xiao Li just yelled twice. It was discovered that Hyuga Neji's figure had long since disappeared without a trace. Ha. Never mind. How about this? Every day, Xiao Li. Just the three of us practice today. Might Guy laughed. I'm not full yet, CFEC. Pouted Tien and said. Its main reason. That is because. She hasn't had a chance to drink yet. That Xiao Li. Let's practice. Set a small goal. Tonight, run 10 laps around Konoha village. Might Guy scratched his head, then looked at Xiao Ji. No problem. Xiao Li immediately nodded. Ha. Come on, let's go. Might Guy flexed his wrists and ankles, and started running straight away. Xiao Li also felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Chase up. Eat so much food. You have to practice and practice well. After seeing this scene, Naruto can't help but click their tongues. No wonder Guy is so strong. I really don't miss any opportunity to practice. Call. It's finally over. After Tien saw that there was only himself and Naruto left, he immediately burst out laughing. Then. Take out the kettle. Unscrew the kettle lid. Take a sip straight away. Google. Take a gulp of spirits. This scene. Even Naruto was stunned. Tien, this little girl, is she so good at it? Strong. Too strong. But Tien Tien suppressed the strong alcohol that he wanted to spit out. Forcibly held back in his stomach. In an instant. It felt like the inside of my stomach was burning. What a strong drink. Oh my God. I was out of breath for several minutes every day. Only then did he reluctantly swallow the spirits. Subsequently. Inside the two pitch-black eyes, full of intense excitement. This is really good wine. How exactly is Naruto brewed? That's great. Naruto turned his head sideways, watching mouthful after mouthful. Tien Tien, whose face had already started to turn red rapidly. He knows. Every day, today, I must be unconscious from drinking. Die. Naruto is very helpless. If I had known, I wouldn't have let her go to the wine cellar with me. Come. Little Naruto tilde. You take a sip too. Right now, Tiantian is already on top. Talking has already begun to have a bit of a big tongue. Naruto took the glass and smashed it. It tastes so good. As expected of me. The brewed wine is delicious. No wonder Tiantian is so obsessed. Putting this on people who like to drink, it is estimated that they will be excited to death. After a quarter of an hour. Just as Naruto expected. There is a clang sound every day. Lie directly on the wooden table, unconscious. Well. Naruto sighed. This at least. I'm going to sleep all day and all night. Have no choice. Naruto had no choice but to carry Tien Tien behind his back. Heading towards the lower reaches of Nanhei River, he walked towards the wooden house he built. At this point, if I send Tien Tien back to her own home, I really can't speak clearly with three mouths. It's better to put it in your own wooden house. It's easy to let her sleep until she wakes up naturally. Back. Tien Tien's eyebrows were already furrowed together. Liquor burning belly. Naruto shook his head helplessly. Fair enough. Let her know the lesson of this time. I won't be so brave next time. Otherwise. What's the deal with getting drunk at my side every day? Go back to the cabin. Naruto sighed. Thanks to my foresight. Make your own wooden house very luxurious, and there are many rooms. I arranged a room for Tiantian alone. He put her on the tatami. Next day. Early morning. Naruto is just getting ready for an early morning fishing trip. He found Yuhihong and others walking towards him. Have to. It must be for the sake of avoiding the matter of practicing yesterday afternoon. The key is. Although I was able to avoid the practice of the Yuhihong team yesterday. But I couldn't escape the practice of Crazy Guy's team. Sure enough, it's here. Which way to drag? Uchiha Sasuke is also in the team. After seeing Naruto, he howled immediately. Call a hammer. Naruto glared at Uchiha Sasuke. This product. I always feel that he is getting more and more abnormal. At this time. Hyuga Hinata came to Naruto's side, and asked curiously. Naruto-kun, where did you go yesterday afternoon? Chapter 70 Delicate Hinata appears. Seeking subscription. Naruto scratched his head. Afterwards, he gave an overview of the dinner with the Might Guy team last night. If you are upright, you are not afraid of crooked shadows, and you are not afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. The thing about getting drunk every day I also said it. Moreover. How old are you? 12 years old, okay. Even if you think about it. Then at least 2 or 3 years later, right? Squeezing seedlings to promote growth will damage the foundation. What about every day? Hyuga Hinata blinked and asked. It's the first room on the left on the second floor. Naruto replied. Hyuga Hinata pursed her lips. I'll go and have a look every day. Okay. Naruto nodded. But. Always feel. Like. Smell gunpowder. Naruto. You must join our practice today. The kind you can't escape. Uchiha Sasuke leaps. He came directly to Naruto's side, staring at Naruto with big eyes and small eyes. I am afraid that I will shift my gaze. Naruto will disappear from his eyes. 2 pillars. What the hell are you doing to you? Naruto pushed away Uchiha Sasuke's close face. This product. It's really not ashamed at all. Special code. 2 men leaning so close. What if someone misunderstands you? And this time, Hyuga Hinata has entered the cabin. Walking towards the 2nd floor. Lupin. On the stairs. Hyuga Hinata's expression has changed slightly. Why are you here every day? Are you drunk? But why is she drunk? Because of Naruto-kun. Is it because Naruto-kun is too excellent? So did you attract other girls? Then if it comes like this, will Naruto-kun turn his attention away from me? If it is really transferred out, how should I experience it? Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hinata's breathing began to become short of breath. The expression on his face was also gentle from the very beginning. Slowly turned into a sickly girl. Naruto-kun. It belongs to me alone. No one can take it away from me. After Hyuga Hinata walked up the last step of the stairs, the originally delicate and lovely face has all been transformed into a sick and delicate face. Sick face. Appeared. Even. In those white pupils, there was a hint of wine red. After a few seconds, Hyuga Hinata suddenly woke up. He shook his little head vigorously. After throwing away the miniature version of myself holding a small knife and fork in the deepest part of my mind, Hyuga Hinata returned to normal. Immediately, his face turned red immediately. 1 inch. What was I thinking just now? Hyuga Hinata only remembered now. Naruto-kun is only 12 years old, and I am only 12 years old too. That kind of thing. It is too early. Are you thinking too much? Because, I won't let Naruto-kun slip away from me. I will never allow other women to touch my Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun belongs to me alone. Hyuga Hinata hastily shook his head once again. This idea is so wonderful. There was a crunch. Opened the door of the room. Immediately, Tien saw a face of pain. His face was flushed with alcohol. Even after sleeping all night. Nor did it recover. As Naruto said. With Tien's small physique, it's hard to withstand this level of spirits. Gululu. Suddenly. Every day, I only felt a surge in my stomach. No time to think about it. Turn over. Sigh. Just vomited straight away. After vomiting, the wine red on his face dissipated a little. But the clothes on Tien's body, as well as the sheets under her body, were all ruined. Hyuga Hinata sees this. Pinching his little nose, he shook his head helplessly. If you can't drink, then don't drink like this. Is it really like this after drinking the wine made by Naruto? Hyuga Hinata's eyes blinked, his heart filled with curiosity. Hinata before her rebirth and return. But one of them maintains the image of a good wife and mother. So, she is also very curious about the wine brewed by Naruto. How does it taste? It smells very good. If another day, I also ask Mr. Naruto to taste it. After making up my mind, Hyuga Hinata walked into the room. If no one cares about it like this every day, it will stink in half an hour. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. And Naruto really can't stand Uchiha Sasuke's soft and hard foam. He was pulled into the team and practiced again. Until the afternoon, the sun sets in the west. Naruto ended today's practice in pain. Ah. Too uncomfortable. Cultivation or something, go to death. On the street. Naruto took Hyuga Hinata's hand and said cursingly. It's not that he doesn't want to practice. If the cultivation environment and state were normal, that doesn't matter to Naruto either. But there is Uchiha Sasuke in the team. This product. Keep staring at yourself. Stare Naruto all over. In this tormented state. Also practice a hammer. Cultivate ass. Simply, after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Naruto just hugged Hinata and ran away. Why not take your wife and sister-in-law to practice? Evening. Inside the wooden house in the lower reaches of Nanhei River. Tiantian finally woke up. After a lazy back, Tiantian opened his eyes, then sat up unsteadily. He rubbed his slightly swollen head. I can't drink like this next time. Tiantian was really scared at this time. Fortunately, I didn't drink a lot this time. Otherwise, I really don't know if I can wake up. How did my clothes get changed? Tiantian lowered his head and suddenly found the blue cheongsam suit he was wearing before has become a wide kimono. And his cheongsam has disappeared. Etc. Beating my little head lightly every day. As if waking up once in the morning. My stomach hurts so much I throw up. In a daze, it seemed that a figure came in. And then. Exclamation mark 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 quote. Tiantian's pupils shrank violently. Immediately afterwards, the whole person's face instantly turned red like a freshly cooked lobster. Could it be Naruto? Doesn't that mean feeling ashamed and indignant every day? But there is no way. Who let himself drink so much alcohol? Moreover, I vomited. If not dealt with, wouldn't it just stink? Finally, Tiantian put his head in the bed. After squirming for a while, only then did he sneak out. Through the window, I saw the clothes rail outside the door, and saw my clothes. Then, he tiptoed out of the room, got his clothes and changed again. He covered his face and fled here. Damn little Naruto. Next time. Don't let me get hold of you. 7 days later. Kakashi came out of Konoha Shinobi Hospital with a sad face. After today's review. Own body. Finally, he was safe and sound. This kind of place. I never want to come again. Absolutely not coming. Kakashi muttered to himself in despair. However, just when he was about to leave here quietly, suddenly, a gust of wind appeared in front of him. Dang 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 dang. Might Guy showed up at the gate of the hospital with everyone. And Might Guy and Xiao Li also made a banner very enthusiastically. Yes. That's the kind of banner that stands out. On the banner, there is a line of big characters. Warmly congratulate Kakashi for completing the anorectal review and being discharged from the hospital successfully. And behind Xiao Li and Might Guy. Hyuga Neji black face. Tiantian, little Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata are full of shame. They just heard that the Kakashi review is over today. Plus I received an invitation from Might Guy this morning. Just follow along. The 3rd class, the 7th class, and the 8th class. Everything is here. Sunset Red looked at the words on the banner. There was also a blush on that delicate face. She was ashamed for Kakashi. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help feeling miserable. As expected of you. Guy. You and Xiao Li really don't know what the word, shy, means. This hand. Not even Naruto expected it. Should be. He doesn't want many people to know about Kakashi. Now it's all right. In less than half a day, it is estimated that the whole village will know about it. Naruto looked sympathetically at Kakashi, who had already stood there dumbfounded. And at this time, Kakashi's body is still in this world. And the soul is gone. Chapter 71 Kakashi, Today's Consumption. All paid by Guy. Seeking subscription. Konoha Village. The gate of the ninja hospital. It can be said that the Might Guy is full of gongs, drums and firecrackers. And Kakashi standing at the entrance of the hospital. At this moment, the whole person is directly petrified here. Even the color of the body began to fade. Eventually turned into black-white. It can be described as miserable and miserable. After seeing this scene, Naruto. I couldn't help mourning Kakashi for 3 minutes in my heart. Same time. The girls around Hyuga Hinata also began to twitch. Mr. Kakashi now. It's really embarrassing. Teacher Guy. Hurry up and put away the banner. Hyuga Neji stood up and said with a dark face. It doesn't matter if your teacher is ashamed. How shameful to drag yourself with so many people. This is so. If Hyuga Neji knew earlier. I won't come with you. Who would have thought? Might Guy actually has this hand. And Inuzuka-ya next to Yuhi Kuro pinched his nose. He said, it seems that Mr. Kakashi is going to live in another world. Ah. In his arms, Shao Akamaru also called out. And Aburame Shino on the side. Still wrapped all over, with the appearance that strangers are not allowed in. July 13th, seems to be. Everyone didn't care about him. Teacher Guy. Hurry up and put it away. What a disgrace. At this time, Tiantian finally couldn't hold back anymore. He stood up and said loudly. Ah. Might Guy looked at everyone curiously at this moment. What's the matter? Kakashi review completed today. This is a good thing. Kakashi is healed. Isn't that something to celebrate? Everyone looked at Might Guy's innocent expression. Everyone was speechless. Teacher Guy. Even if we want to celebrate, we have to divide things in occasions. Blushing every day. Now it's all right. People like myself are embarrassing. It's weird. Might Guy scratched his head, and slowly put away the banner. Subsequently, he walked straight towards Kakashi who was standing there. After coming to Kakashi, Might Guy hugged a bear directly. Slapped Kakashi on the back hard. Ha ha ha. Kakashi. Congratulations. Healed. Kakashi was awakened by Might Guy's beating. Just him. The soul has already entered the Pure Land world and turned around. Even indistinctly, Kakashi felt like he saw his father. But Kakashi right now, dazed, was called back by Might Guy. Staring at the Might Guy in front of him. Glancing at the crowd around him. And everyone in Naruto. The complexion under Kakashi's mask immediately lost any vitality. I saw his eyes were empty, and he murmured. I want to create a world where no one knows that I have been in the anorectal department. Destroy. I'm tired. Ellipsis 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 quote. Seeing this, Naruto twitched the corner of his mouth. Good guy. Might Guy almost sent Kakashi away. Mr. Guy set a treat. Target, Konoha Barbecue. All consumption will be paid for by Mr. Guy. The time is almost up. Let's speed up. Naruto began to make up his mind. Don't leave here again. I'm afraid Kakashi will be blackened. After half an hour. In the kebab shop. Kakashi gradually regained his sanity. Although angry toothache. But there's really nothing he can do with Might Guy. I am so sad. In the past 10 days. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura. Has your practice fallen? At the dinner table, Kakashi asked. He is still more concerned about the practice of his disciples. After all, this year, it was the first class of disciples he brought. The previous ones were all unqualified. Report. Naruto is often lazy and avoids training. Uchiha Sasuke said immediately. Without hesitation, be decisive. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched. 2 pillars. Even if I'm lazy. You can't beat me either. The 2 pillars. If you don't teach him a lesson, he will die. A bit bloated, huh? Naruto. The previous battle with you. I let you do it all. Uchiha Sasuke heard that. Leaning on the chair immediately, he said in a very pretended tone. During this week. Although Naruto is often lazy. But in the end it was practice. And the feedback bonus obtained by Uchiha Sasuke is also multiplied. Now he. Strength. He has already far surpassed himself at this time. This. It is his confidence to utter wild words. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Naruto stared. Good guy. Let me. Naruto almost laughed angrily. Sasuke. Although you are a genius of the Uchiha clan. But you can't beat Naruto. Even though. Not even if you have a Sharingan. At this time, Hyuga Neji, who hadn't spoken until now, raised his head suddenly and said, "The language is not amazing and endless." As soon as this remark came out, everyone present was stunned. Who is Hyuga Neji? That high coldness. Totally comparable to Uchiha Sasuke. But at the moment he, talking to Naruto, did any twists and turns happen in the middle of the story? Tien, Xiao Li, and Might Guy are better off. After all, a week ago, they have also witnessed Naruto's strength with their own eyes. Absolutely not weak. Even Hyuga Neji can be defeated. But Kurenai Yuhi and her team didn't know about it. The same is true for Kakashi on the side. Naruto got the approval of Hyuga Neji. It's incredible. Kakashi groaned in his heart. The eyes looking at Naruto were also full of changes. Oh. Is that so? Uchiha Sasuke was immediately aroused to win. Naruto, shall we try? Naruto can be regarded as the sixth son of Uchiha Sasuke. But beat up Sasuke or something. I was quite angry. Naruto raised his head and grinned grinningly. I was beaten and cried. Don't look for me. You. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes popped. Can I be beaten to cry? Seeing that the dinner table is about to turn into a battlefield, Might Guy and Kakashi hurriedly stopped everyone. Well. Kakashi rolled his eyes and said with a smile. Since everyone's fighting will and emotions are so high. Exactly. It's rare to have so many people gather together at the moment. After our meal, how about going directly to the practice square to have a try? Faced with Kakashi's proposal, Uchiha Sasuke nodded suddenly. Good, I'm fine with that. What about everyone? Kakashi looked at the others. Of course, no problem. Might Guy chuckled, looking eager to try. This kind of scene. How can we be missing? Ha ha ha. We will participate too. Inuzuka Teba laughed. Count me in. Aburame Shino said silently. No problem. Naruto also nodded. Exactly. You can take advantage of this opportunity to try some of the skills you have learned from fishing over the years. Besides, the most important thing. That is, from now on, I will definitely beat up Sasuke, the sixth boy. What ah? You haven't been on the house for 3 days, right? I will show you with my fist, who is the big brother. Naruto couldn't help rubbing his fists against Uchiha Sasuke's face. We will participate too. Tiantian, little Sakura, and Hyuga Hinata also raised their hands and said. Well. Kakashi clapped his hands lightly. Very good. That's for the friendly match in the afternoon. Everyone must let go and eat more. Otherwise, if you lose your strength after hitting it, it must not work. The smile on Kakashi's face intensified. Subsequently, stand up straight away. He said loudly to the store owner, boss. According to the scale of our barbecue table just now, 10 more copies. 10 copies. Everyone exclaimed when they heard the words. How much does it cost? At this time, Tiantian also exclaimed 0.7. She is a little money fan, and she is more concerned about money matters. This meal is not cheap. Tiantian thought about it and blinked. Day by day. Thanks for reminding me. When Kakashi heard this, the smile on his face became even stronger. Subsequently, Kakashi continued loudly, boss. Bring up all the most expensive. The best barbecue in your shop. It's still just 10 servings. Because. Kakashi looked at his good friend Might Guy. Today's spending. Everything is paid for by Guy. Everyone was stunned every day. Immediately looked at Kakashi and Might Guy in astonishment. It seems so. This barbecue meal was paid for by Might Guy. Turn out to be. Is this the purpose of Kakashi-sensei? Might Guy was stunned for 2 minutes. Just now he felt something was wrong with Kakashi. Turn out to be. Here you are waiting for yourself. Good guy. If it is as neat as Kakashi said. You have to spend at least half a year of your mission savings. Hiss. Suddenly, Might Guy gasped. Chapter 72. The friendly match between the three classes officially begins. Kakashi. Stronger punches than gentle fist. Seeking subscription. On the Leaf Road. Might Guy has long been out of his mind. Because. This barbecue at noon. Let him barbecue directly. All of my mission savings for half a year are gone. Yeah. Today's weather is really nice. The air is also good. Kakashi walked at the front of the line with a smile on his face. Indescribably comfortable all over the body. And everyone else couldn't help but stare. Good guy. Why didn't I discover Mr. Kakashi's black belly attribute before? Terrible. It seems that it's better not to provoke Mr. Kakashi in the future. Otherwise, who can resist Kakashi's actions after his black belly? Then it will become like Mr. Guy. Arrive. Kakashi is in a very good mood. At this time, they have come to the ninja arena set up in Konoha village. Inside the huge square building, there are several martial arts playgrounds. All squad members. If there is no task on weekdays, anyone can come here to practice or compete. At the moment, the Kakashi crowd has come here. In the number 3 martial arts arena. The 3rd class, the 7th class, and the 8th class. All members of the class are gathered here. Very good. Kakashi looked at the members of his team. During these 10 days, I had to go to the hospital frequently. So, 25 did not lead this Naruto their spiritual practice. Kakashi right now. I also want to take advantage of this friendly competition to see Naruto and their practice achievements. Subsequently, Kakashi took another look at Uchiha Sasuke. This guy Sasuke is very talented. Why do you say that? Because 5 or 6 days ago, he has mastered the ultimate change of attributes by himself. And found myself. Then the prototype of Plover was displayed. At last. Kakashi is naturally not stingy. His main attack is also the thunder attribute. So. Then he told Uchiha Sasuke how Chidori performed and practiced. At the moment. It's been a week now. Presumably. Uchiha Sasuke, you should be able to release Chidori initially, right? At this very moment. Uchiha Sasuke also observed Kakashi's gaze. Then nodded in response. Is Chidori's embryonic form realized by himself? Of course not. But I can't just display the incomparably powerful Chidori ninjutsu for no reason, can I? If that is the case, wouldn't it be suspicious? So, in order to improve one's own combat power, Uchiha Sasuke chose this trick. In this way, even if he casts other ninjutsu with thunder attribute, then it can also be pushed to Kakashi's teachings. I'm such a little genius. Uchiha Sasuke has a confident smile on his face. Chidori out. Who fights? Naruto. Wait. This time. It must make you suffer a little bit. Next. We start today's friendly match. The rules of the game are very simple. Because there are 9 people. So. Next, 2 people will be randomly selected to fight. The one who vacated directly advanced to the next round of competition. The first round was 9-5. The second round is 5-3. In the third round, 3 will go straight to 1. Kakashi has prepared everyone's name cards. Then, he made it to the spectator seats on the sidelines. Put all the cards on the podium table. Me, Guy, and Hong. The 3 of us are witnesses to your friendly match this time. The words of the first place. Available. An alloy fishing rod sponsored by Tiantian. Plus some accessories. Certainly. It can also be discounted directly into cash. Kakashi stood up and led the applause. Everyone applaud. Clap clap. See every day. Some embarrassed laughed. But who made her a little rich woman? Seeing this, Naruto also showed a smile on his face. This gift. It was simply prepared for me. Ha ha ha. I'm sorry. I can only reluctantly defeat everyone. Then take the prize. Kakashi looked at the cards on the table. Then the order is messed up. Quote. Then flip over 2 of the cards. 3 classes joint friendly match. The first round. The first game. Haruno Sakura vs Tenten. Kakashi said loudly. Little Sakura and the 2 girls from Tiantian came to the stage of the arena. The rules are simple. The opponent admits defeat. Or powerless to resist. Or it will fall and be introduced. It's all a failure. Kakashi quickly explained the rules of the game. Immediately. Big hand wave. Said loudly, then. Game start. Little Sakura, come on. On the stage. Tiantian and Little Sakura encouraged each other. Then. Let's start fighting in earnest. Basically all the 2 girls use are taijutsu and ninja tools. But the current Little Sakura, how can he be an opponent of Tiantian's weapon leader? After a dozen rounds. Defeated. But everyone can see it. Little Sakura has also tried her best. Although Tiantian has won here. But it also consumed 7 or 88 in the body. The first round, the game is over. Victor, every day. Kakashi said loudly. Subsequently. Tiantian retreated to the side, quickly recovering his strength to prepare for the next round of competition. At this time, Little Sakura also silently retreated to Naruto's side. Naruto tilted his head. Always feel. Little Sakura seems to be different from the original. The original her. It seems that you are not as desperate and introverted as you are now, right? Little Sakura, you've done a good job. Keep going. Anyway. Little Sakura is also his teammate. When it's time to encourage, Naruto will not be stingy. After hearing Naruto's words of encouragement, Little Sakura immediately nod vigorously. The little expression is red. Naruto was taken aback for a moment. As for such a big reaction. Say. When I was in school. It seems that I haven't seen how Little Sakura is sticking to Sasuke. Hiss. Is it possible? Because of my own arrival. Changed certain events in the original book. Think about it too. After all. Uchiha Sasuke's character design has collapsed. Where did the special high cold and aggressive character set go? Oh. Not right. The second force is still there. Gao Leng is gone. Wipe. Thinking of the way Uchiha Sasuke wanted to stick to himself. Naruto was about to spit out the overnight meal. First round. The second match. Hyuga Neji vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Kakashi turned over 2 cards randomly at once. Hyuga Neji and Inuzuka Kiba played 2 people. Hey. Neji. The genius of the Hyuga clan. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. The first thing Inuzuka teeth do when he comes on stage. That is provocation. This seems to be his usual style. Almost. Before every game starts. Inuzuka Tooth will talk first. Hyuga Neji ignored Inuzuka Tooth at all. Took a deep breath. The gentle fist opening move is ready. Hateful. Ignored me. Inuzuka Ya's mouth twitched violently. Next. Just let you know, ignore my price. Seeing this, Kakashi immediately waved. Game start. After a minute. Boom. Inuzuka Teba fell to the edge of the tournament stage. Disqualified from the game. First round, second game. Hyuga Neji wins. 130. Kakashi smiled helplessly. I couldn't help but sigh. The gentle fist method of the Hyuga family. The gentle fist method is cast. It's really not necessarily possible to avoid it perfectly. If it was me. If you don't rely on other ninjutsu assistants. It is estimated that it will also suffer. It doesn't matter, Kakashi. Might Guy said suddenly. Huh. Kakashi was slightly taken aback. How could it be? Is there a more powerful punch than the gentle fist method? Yes, Might Guy said with certainty. And, 11. Stronger than the gentle fist method. Stronger than the gentle fist method. Kakashi's pupils shrank. He knew the character of his old friend. I will never joke with myself on this kind of thing. So. That being said. Have you witnessed it? Kakashi quickly thought of something and asked in a low voice. Good. Might Guy looked at Hyuga Neji in the field. Neji has already played against each other. How did it turn out? Kakashi pressed. Might Guy just spit out 2 words slowly. But. It was these 2 words that shocked Kakashi. Fiasco. It's not scary to lose. Horrible was the fiasco. And. Still from Might Guy's mouth. Then it proves. Hyuga Neji is an absolute fiasco. And, it was a huge defeat. Who's that person? Kakashi asked curiously. If you have such a powerful boxing technique. So it's impossible that I haven't heard of it at all. Could it be? Not from Konoha village. That person. Kakashi, you are very familiar. Might Guy said solemnly. I'm familiar. Who? Kakashi was taken aback. Your disciple. Naruto. Might Guy said immediately, not to be fooled. Quote question mark 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 quote. Chapter 73 Naruto, dare to touch a hair of my wife. I won't let you get out of bed for half a year. Seeking subscription. Quote. Kakashi kept sucking in air. Naruto. How can this be? How could he defeat Neji, the genius of the Hyuga family? And. The opponent still failed miserably. Is Naruto so strong? Now Kakashi is looking forward to Naruto's battle performance even more. Could it be? Is he a spiritual genius? Wrong. It is a practice monster. 2 of the remaining 5 cards are turned over. First round, 3rd game. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Aburame Shino. Is it finally me? Naruto stretched his muscles. Then leap. Came to the competition stage. Same time. Aburame Shino also walked slowly into the competition platform. Naruto looked at Aburame Shino in front of him. Aburame Shino. A tough opponent indeed. He can control the parasites that live in his body. And. In the original book, he rarely fails. The means of attack are extremely strange. And. His combat talent is also often online. Therefore, to fight him, one must adopt complete restraint. Parasites also have weaknesses. That is the fear of fire and thunder. Naruto didn't get thunder attribute ninjutsu. But. Those with fire attribute and Hefeng attribute, many of them caught up by fishing themselves. Coupled with his next violent style of play. Enough. Is it the Aburame family? At this time, Kakashi was also a little worried and Naruto got up. After all. Rumors about the Aburame clan. Not no. Their family is born to play with bugs. Moreover, the bugs have been played to the point of perfection. Even. Sometimes. Their family can kill people invisible. After all. Who would have thought? Can a tiny bug kill someone? This is. The terror of the Aburame clan. Naruto. I'll win the game and pay the prize. Aburame Shino spoke in a low voice at this time. If you want to ask why. That is because. I have also eaten a lot of delicious grilled fish that you have sold over the years. So. I want to win the game. The prize is then presented to you as a gift. Seeing this, Naruto clicked his tongue. Is this a good thing? Should be a good thing, right? But. This way of speaking is really a bit unreasonable. I beat you to get a prize for you. Seemingly. Nothing wrong with that either. Shina. Then you have to be careful. Next. It will be very hot. Naruto chuckled. Then. Comma. They began to wait for Kakashi to give an order. Contest. Start. Kakashi waved his hand. Said immediately. Field. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. And at this time, Naruto has already thought about the next countermeasure. On the viewing platform, Hyuga Hinata sweated in the palm of his hand. To know. She also knows some secret techniques of the Aburame family. Ordinary fighting methods may not necessarily cause Aburame Shino to suffer any substantial damage. Multiple shadow clone technique. Right now, Naruto, make a mudra with both hands. Instantly cast hundreds of shadow clone. Just for a moment. It filled the whole place. This scene almost gave Aburame Shino on the opposite side a whole lot. Secret technique bug clone. Aburame Shino's body suddenly turned into dense parasites. At this time, you must hide your identity. Hey hey. Seeing this, Naruto smiled. Hands seal again. This time, it is the mudra of fire style ninjutsu. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style great fireball technique. Fire style. Have you ever seen 500 shadow clone release fire style great fireball at the same time? At the moment. That's it. The incomparably scorching fireball continued to spread in all directions. For a while, the temperature of the surrounding air began to rise. Aburame Shino, who was hiding in the clone of the parasite, was dumbfounded. What is this horrible amount of chakra? How to fight this? This is a fart. Immediately, I and the parasites will be roasted. As a last resort, Aburame Shino jumps directly. Exited the test stand. Lost. Lost so abruptly. But reasonable. Can't. Let Aburame Shino fight in flames. Under high temperature. For Aburame Shino, it is very unfavorable. In this way, it's better to just choose to admit defeat. I'll be good. In the spectator seats on the side. After seeing this scene, Kakashi. The whole person was dumbfounded. 500 shadow clone is enough. Nima can also release fire style great fireball technique. How does this make Aburame Shino on the opposite side play? Naruto saw Aburame Shino chose to admit defeat. Subsequently, multiple shadow clone techniques were unlocked. The flame also slowly disappeared. Great fireball technique is not a ninjutsu unique to the Uchiha family. It's just that the fire style ninjutsu commonly used by the Uchiha clan. And there is also a family in Konoha village who is good at using fire style. That is the Sarutobi clan. And now, Naruto's violent and unreasonable style of play. Substantial results were achieved directly. After all, if you fall off the stage, you will lose. No need to fight hard at all. First round, third game. Uzumaki Naruto wins. Kakashi swallowed, staring at Naruto with extreme envy. This amount of chakra. Admire me to death. Can only say. As expected of the constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Naruto jumped. Back to Hyuga Hinata's side. Sharp. Mr. Naruto. Hyuga Hinata was overjoyed. At first, I was a little worried about whether Naruto-kun would suffer. Now it seems that my previous worries were completely unnecessary. Naruto-kun is indeed the best. Hey hey. Come and kiss Tilda. Naruto chuckled and said cheekily. Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hinata twitched immediately after hearing the words. Call. In the spectator seats. Kakashi looked at the 3 remaining cards on the table. Then, 2 of them were opened. Tisk tisk tisk. This game. It's interesting. Kakashi clicked his tongue twice. Then he said loudly, the first round. Fourth game. Uchiha Sasuke vs. Hyuga Hinata. The rest of Shao Li will go directly to the next round. At this time. Hearing this, Shao Li took a deep breath. I originally wanted to shine in the first round. Mr. Naruto. I want to challenge you. Shao Li's eyes were full of fighting intent. Naruto-kun, a stronger opponent than Neji. Hinata. When Uchiha Sasuke heard this, his whole person's aura suddenly became weak. Big eyes and small eyes. Good guy. How to fight this? Do you dare to fight yourself? Fuck. Isn't this playing me? Sasuke. If you dare to touch a hair of my wife, I'll beat you until you can't get out of bed for half a year. On Naruto's side, he directly threatened. A person who dares to touch a hair of my wife, I'll go to hell. Which way to drag? Uchiha Sasuke also roared angrily. But, as Naruto said, I really dare not touch Hinata. Just in case. What should I do if Naruto ignores me in the future? Hateful. Is this actually an unsolvable path? Did you just call him wife? Good guy. Young man now. Kakashi clicked his tongue when he heard this. Naruto-kun. At this time, Hyuga Hinata behind Naruto was already shy. It's almost turning into a puddle of water. Unexpectedly. In front of so many people, calling oneself wife directly. Well. Really. I love Naruto-kun the most. Mr. Naruto, Mr. Naruto. My Naruto-kun. Hyuga Hinata's complexion suddenly turned red. Breathing began to be rapid. Even the blood supply to the brain is somewhat insufficient. Hinata sauce. Hinata sauce. Naruto hastily supported Hyuga Hinata. And at this time, Hyuga Hinata's feet slipped and his body went limp. Limp in Naruto's arms immediately. You're lucky, Hinata is not feeling well. Can't play anymore. Naruto raised his head and said loudly. In the spectator seats. Seeing this, Kakashi nodded. Said, okay. First round, 4th inning. Hyuga Hinata withdrew from the game due to physical reasons. Uchiha Sasuke wins. Go to the next round. Uchiha Sasuke on the other side saw this. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Make it to the second round. So. The next thing I have to face is Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, Lock Lee. The strength of these three people is not weak. The reborn Uchiha Sasuke naturally know their current combat power. Especially Xiao Li. The shock of 8 inner gates is no joke. But right now Uchiha Sasuke wants to challenge Naruto the most. Naruto's strength. I'm afraid it's definitely not under Xiao Li. This sneaky guy. How can it be repaired? Next, I must beat you zero. Kakashi stood up. Said loudly, okay. The first round is over. The winners are Tien, Neji, Naruto, Sasuke, Xiao Li. Next. The second round has officially started. Chapter 74 Sasuke's Obsession. I just want to win a game against you. Seeking subscription. In the practice competition venue. The first round of friendly matches is over. Next, it's the second round. Kakashi continued to announce. Second round. First round. Kakashi lottery card. Finally, read aloud, fight against Hyuga Neji every day. 1 inch. I surrender. Under the stage. Tien stared at his own eyes. Then, he said helplessly. Actually. After she won the first round. She suddenly found out. After entering the second round. No matter who you fight with. I'll lose. Against Neji. Lose by yourself. Against Lee. Lose by yourself. Against Naruto. Then you still have to lose. How to fight this? Simply, choose to admit defeat directly. After all. The battle on my side is nothing to watch. If you want to watch, you have to watch the next battle. The battle between Naruto and the others will be even more exciting. Kakashi nodded at once. Second round. The first game. Abstain every day, Hyuga Neji wins. So. Second round. Second game. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Uchiha Sasuke. Kakashi randomly picked 2 cards. Then he said loudly. Which way to drag? I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Uchiha Sasuke heard that. It was like taking a stimulant. Leap. Came directly to the high platform of the competition. Look at his excited look. Naruto really wants to rub his fist on his face. And next. He's planning to do that too. 800 inches ah. I've gotta buy again. Xiao Li stared. He is very eager to participate in the battle. Result. Who would have thought that he would have buys for 2 consecutive rounds? If so, I can only put the battle in the next round. On the competition stage. The air is full of tension. Which way to drag? Sass. Uchiha Sasuke roared angrily. And Naruto also roared angrily because of conditioned reflex. This nasty conditioned reflex. The corner of Naruto's mouth twitched fiercely. Next. I have to beat up this hateful second pillar severely. Shuriken. Shish. Uchiha Sasuke is taking this fight very seriously. God knows. If you miss this battle, I don't know when this guy Naruto will fight against himself next time. This guy. Old salted fish. Naruto casually dodges Uchiha Sasuke's shuriken attack. Not so much. Naruto pouted. Next second. Flowing water breaking rock fist is ready. Between physical changes. Naruto's figure is already like a river. Unpredictable. This moment. As if all the attacks of Uchiha Sasuke. All were predicted by Naruto in advance. What kind of weird movement is this? Uchiha Sasuke stared. Next second. No longer hesitate. Sharingan. Start. Instantly, he opened his one-tomo Sharingan. On top of the improvement of dynamic vision. Zebo Sasuke managed to see Naruto's figure clearly. And after these days of hard work, Uchiha Sasuke is also good enough for this attack speed. For a while. The martial arts of the two sides fight against each other is called a back and forth. This scene. Xiao Li on the stands got excited. Why? Why can't I be the one fighting Naruto-kun now? Xiao Li is going crazy. Turn out to be. Good luck, not a good thing. Shish. Naruto meets Uchiha Sasuke fist. After a dozen back and forth. Uchiha Sasuke is getting more and more shocked. When did Naruto use such a weird move? If it goes on like this, I am the one who suffers. Leap. Put some distance away from Naruto. Naruto. Next. I won't let you. Uchiha Sasuke gave a low shout. Two-tomo Sharingan. On. Only see. Sharingan, which was originally a single hook, has directly become a double hook. And. Both eyes are two-tomo Sharingan. This scene. Kakashi on the spectator seats was stunned. Muttered. His Sharingan. Have you already reached the level of Schwangoyu? Talent. It's really scary. On the battle platform. Naruto tilted his head. She curled her lips. Is this your confidence? That's also. Too weak chicken. Quote question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark quote. When Uchiha Sasuke heard this, his lungs were about to explode. One-tomo Sharingan may not be able to handle you. But. Under my two-tomo Sharingan. You can never be my opponent. During this period of hard work. Finally a few days ago. Uchiha Sasuke opens two-tomo Sharingan. One of the benefits of returning from rebirth. That is. My mental strength has also been greatly improved. So. You just need to practice hard. Then you can let your Sharingan continue to evolve. Two-tomo Sharingan, also just the beginning. Sengoyu, Mangekyo. This is my goal. Naruto smiled. The flow of chakra under his feet began to become violent. Blinking technique. Suddenly. Naruto's figure disappeared without a trace. Above the grandstand seats. Kakashi was shocked. This is. Ellipsis. Instantaneous technique. Can't go wrong. I have been in Anbu for so many years. It can be seen at a glance that what Naruto is currently using is the body flicker technique in the advanced 3-body technique. Although, it is not to say that the instantaneous body technique cannot be practiced. Instead, since it has been called advanced 3-body technique, one can imagine how difficult it is to practice. And right now, no matter how you look at it, you can feel it, Naruto has thoroughly mastered this trick. Genius. Practice genius. It's not a bad thing to be a teacher's child. Kakashi was excited. Boom. On the battle platform, Naruto has arrived in front of Uchiha Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke, who turned on 2 Tomo Sharingan, can indeed see Naruto's movements clearly. But under the blessing of the opponent's instant body technique, Naruto's figure blurred again in Uchiha Sasuke's vision. He could only vaguely see traces of black shadows. But I can barely rely on these captured figures to block the current Uchiha Sasuke. It's only for being blocked. Hateful. 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 Uchiha Sasuke was outraged. I was actually beaten by Naruto. Whenever. I will always be suppressed and beaten by him, right? In that case, Naruto, don't blame me. I just want to win you a game. Just one round. Call out. Uchiha Sasuke fell back to the edge of the ring. Crazy consumption of mental power. Finally captured the figure of Naruto in the field. Which way to drag? Next. Please be prepared to admit defeat. ZZZ. Just after Uchiha Sasuke yelled his palm, immediately, an incomparably bright thunderbolt was released. This is lightning-style Chidori's opening move. Kakashi. Have you even handed over this trick to him? In the spectator seats, Might Guy said with some surprise. Kakashi nodded and exhaled. Sasuke's talent is strong. He had already mastered Chakra's attribute changes a week ago. So, I will give Chidori's display and operation method to him. But it didn't occur to me that he was only there for a week. Just learn it. Moreover, it's still in a state where I haven't pointed it out. Kakashi was also very shocked at this time by Uchiha Sasuke's talent in practice. After all, even if their brains escaped again, it's also impossible to think of Uchiha Sasuke as a reborn. Are you a bird? At this time, Naruto was also slightly surprised when he saw the thunder in Uchiha Sasuke's hand. I didn't expect it, because of my own changes. Did Uchiha Sasuke master lightning-style Chidori in advance? It seems that there are still many changes brought about by the butterfly wings I fanned. But do you really think there is nothing I can do? Naruto glanced at his right hand. Immediately. Take a deep breath. The fingers of the right hand show a half-grip state. Strands of blue's chakra continue to gather. Then, a spiral shape began to appear. And it is still condensing and solidifying. In those days, he has always been curious about Chidori and Rasengan's strengths. At the moment, the time has come. As for the shock and bewilderment of Kakashi and the others later, I will try to explain it myself. What? Just as the complexion of chakra continued to condense, Kakashi in the spectator seats has already jumped up. The pupils are full of intense shock. Chakra Uzumaki of blue. This way of cohesive rotation. This is about to be shaped into a ball. Can't go wrong. A look of horror and disbelief flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Ellipsis. Rasengan. Chapter 75. Eat me a super invincible Uzumaki spiral ascension burst pill. Sasuke. Pawn. Seeking subscription. Rasengan. Uchiha Sasuke, who was gathering Chidori, was also stunned. He knows Naruto is strong. But never thought of it. Now Naruto can even know Rasengan. Although I don't know how he did it. But at this moment Uchiha Sasuke has no time to think about anything else. The Chidori in the hand has also taken shape. ZZZ. Like 1,000 birds chirping. So become Chidori. This is an A- rank ninjutsu. While at the same time, The Rasengan in the palm of Naruto's right hand has also been completed till the cohesion. A Rasengan that emits Sen blue glow. Just quietly floating above Naruto's right palm. But through that faint blue light, see the chakra flow all over the interior of Rasengan. If Chidori is like a stabbing arrow, and Rasengan is the chakra meat grinder, which is stronger and which is weaker, you will know it in one battle. Bring it on. Which way to drag? The arrow is on the string, it has to be fired. Uchiha Sasuke yelled. Immediately, he dashed towards Naruto in an instant. Same time, Naruto raised his right hand too. Palm Rasengan aimed at the stabbing Sasuke. Chidori vs. Rasengan. Contest. Already started. Both of them are extremely fast. In a flash, it has already arrived in front of you. Hands up at the same time. Push it forward. Collision of Chidori and Rasengan. At this moment, it's officially launched. Chidori. Rasengan. Boom. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Suddenly, the wind and waves directly swept across the entire battle platform. The wind is rolling. Stormy. All the dust around is kicked up. And the cyan rock above the ground of the entire battle platform. There are cracks starting to appear. Attack this time. The power and destructive power are extremely terrifying. Click, click. The crisp sound of rock cracking resounded. Subsequently, this broken sound came one after another, endlessly. After a while, the blue rock competition platform under the feet of Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke has been shattered into powder. Next moment. Shine the light. Suddenly, a sky-shattering explosion exploded impressively. Boom. The storm swept the audience again. Kakashi and the others were all dumbfounded, looking at the scene in front of them in dumbfounded. Such a terrifying confrontation of strength. The fuck are two Konoha genin? Fortunately, the battlefield is quite large. Otherwise, the explosive power just now will definitely affect them. Even so, Tenten, Hyuga Neji, Inazukaya and others were also pushed back several steps by the wind and waves. Hey hey hey. Gouda. Inuzuka gathered his mind, swallowed, and broke out in a cold sweat. Isn't it just a friendly match? As for being so desperate. Naruto-kun. At this moment, the sweat in Hyuga Hinata's palms kept gathering. He looked extremely nervous. Blind eyes. In order to see clearly the situation in the dust, she rolled her eyes straight away. After 10 seconds. Only then did the hands loosen slightly. Naruto-kun, it's fine. Who actually won? At this time, Tien stared nervously at the dust in the arena. A confrontation between two A-level ninjutsu. The power that erupted. It has reached the peak state of A-level ninjutsu. At this time, Kakashi also became a little worried. Just in case. What if they can't resist? Damn. Is it my negligence? At this time, the smoke and dust dissipated slowly. Field. There is one person standing there. Gold's hair swayed gently, and Zanblue's pupils revealed absolute confidence. A smile spread across his signature mustache. Naruto-kun. Off stage. After Hyuga Hinata saw that Naruto was safe and sound, he immediately felt relieved. Naruto-kun is really the best. And at this time, Naruto sat down straight away. Sitting directly on Uchiha Sasuke lying behind her. Naruto. Get up. Crush me to death. At this time, Uchiha Sasuke said angrily. Damn Naruto. Just after his Chidori collided with his Rasengan. Uchiha Sasuke found out. I lost. You were already doing your best. Although, I deducted a little bit of chakra. But, after a touch, Uchiha Sasuke found that Naruto only used 50% of chakra at most. He deducted more than me. Snort. This duplicity guy. You must be afraid of hurting me, right? Hiss. It hurts, hurts, hurts. Feeling Naruto's weight, Uchiha Sasuke grinned. Let you still be so arrogant. Didn't you tell me to look good? Naruto pouted. Thanks for keeping your hand. Only then did he display 50% of his chakra. If you do your best. Estimate. At this time, Urzuzi will become a one-armed man ahead of schedule. Hope. Let this second pillar learn a lesson in this battle. If you keep pestering yourself like this. Next time. Young master, I will continue to beat you like this. Uchiha Sasuke snorted and stopped talking. Second round. The second match. Uzumaki Naruto wins. Kakashi also announced the result of the battle with an excited face at the moment. Surprise. What a surprise. I thought that I hadn't led them to practice in the past 10 days. Their strength will not increase. But, as it stands now, everyone's strength is improving in a terrifying manner. Naruto. The trick you just used. Who did you learn from? Kakashi quickly came to Naruto. Asked extremely curiously. Naruto looked at his right hand. Then he said casually. Is Kakashi-san talking about the Rasengan I invented? Ah, Kakashi scratched his head. Isn't this invented by my master, your father, 4th generation? Why did it become something you invented in your mouth? Naruto. This ninjutsu is actually. Kakashi wanted to explain something. But, at this time, Naruto continued to say casually, this ninjutsu. It was when I was fishing. See Uzumaki inside the river. Then. I just felt that this could evolve into a ninjutsu or something. Ask for flowers. After all. The river Uzumaki is very powerful. So. With this, I evolved into the Rasengan jutsu that I invented. Is there a problem? Naruto's innocent eyes just stared at Kakashi in front of him. The pinnacle of lying. That is, believe what you say. It's the river again. And this time. Might Guy also came over and said in shock. That weird boxing technique was also deduced from the river. At the moment. Another Rasengan. Hiss. Kakashi is a little dubious. Good guy. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Actually. Naruto continued at this time. I didn't intend to be called Rasengan in the first place. What's that name? Kakashi asked. I feel that this ninjutsu should be called, Super Invincible Vortex Spiral Ascending to Heaven. Naruto said very seriously. Done. This Rasengan. It was definitely realized by Naruto himself. Relying on the same naming method as Yondaime. Absolutely. Kakashi finally let go of his doubts. At the same time, I was even more shocked in my heart. Naruto's perception, talent, and strength far exceeded his expectations. Terrible. The key is. Before I took over this class. Information received from Lord 3rd Hokage. Information about Naruto. That's completely a crane tail who doesn't do his job properly and doesn't like to practice. At the moment. Is this still the tail of the crane? You call this a crane tail? Kakashi-san. You also think this name sounds better than Rasengan. Good. From now on, this trick will be called Super Invincible Uzumaki Spiral Ascension. Stop, stop. Kakashi hastily shouted to stop. No need, just use Rasengan, just Tingzi is fine. Naruto pretended to be confused and asked, really? Real? Of course it's true. Kakashi nods like garlic. Good, Naruto said with a smile. Done. Take it easy. Almighty river. As expected of me. Good. Kakashi also returned to the spectator stand. The second round is over. Winner. Hyuga Neji, Uzumaki Naruto, Lock Lee. Next. The third round begins. I abstain. Hyuga Neji raised his right hand at this moment. Then, he looked at Xiao Li with a moved face. Immediately felt helpless. He had already seen it. Xiao Li's hands were already itching unbearably. Just in case. This round if I fight against Naruto. That Xiao Li will collapse. Might as well directly advance the battle to its climax. The final battle between Li and Naruto. The decisive battle. I want to see Li fights Naruto. A word from Hyuga Neji. It directly exploded everyone's expectations. Uchiha Sasuke also immediately looked over at this time. He knows Xiao Li's strength. Very strong. Even stronger than the current self. Naruto. Good. Kakashi nodded with a smile. Then he said loudly, the final battle of the friendly match. Clash of Champions. Uzumaki Naruto vs. Lock Lee.